Right, thank you everybody. Please sit down. Right, well, welcome and good afternoon to this meeting of Monmouthshire County Council on this Thursday, 5th of March 2026, taking place in County Hall, Usk. Before I take apologies, I just announce I'm making one or two small adjustments to the agenda. We have an urgent question that I think has been issued to you, and that will come in at the very end of point 7, so it'll be point 7.8. Item 8, the pay policy. I'm going to bring up the agenda and put that after item 4, after the minutes but before the reports. It's an important item, but it should be dealt with very, very briefly. But we need people here to vote on that, and I'm aware that once we get to members' questions, some people feel a need to depart. I will also, although it might be a bit early, call a break after item 5.1. In other words, immediately before we come on to the budget discussion and debate and report, because I anticipate that will be a long discussion, and people will want to be here for that. So I crave your indulgence with those small changes, which I'll announce as we go along. Right, can I take apologies, please?
Councillor Riley.
Thank you. Any others? That's right, declarations of interest. It just occurred to me, given that we're including library spendings on this, I ought to declare a personal non-prejudicial interest as chair of the Friends of Caldecott Library. Yep. Okay, just be on the safe side. Any others? No? Okay, right. Chair's announcements. Well, my engagements can be seen on the documents pack. I'd like to just say a little bit more. First of all, to welcome a young man sitting up in the public gallery, whose name I've just forgotten, Arthur, who is a Chepstow a pupil at Chepstow Comprehensive, but is with us from the Ukraine, and he's here to study the very heights of British democracy. So please behave yourselves. Also, to share a bit of good news, in case you haven't heard it, that some time ago you will remember we were visited by pupils from Haberdasher School and Monmouth Comprehensive who came to tell us about their work in the campaign against deforestation. Not content with speaking to us, they also spoke to the COP30 conference, and as a result have been invited to the House of Commons to meet the Minister for Climate, Katie White MP, and present their work to her. We don't normally applaud in the chamber, but I think on this occasion the Chief Executive will indulge us and allow us to give a round of applause to congratulate these young people on their achievement and to wish them all the best in the future. So, please join me. Lovely. Anybody need to add anything to Chair's announcements? No? Go on.
Chair. Oh. Is that on? Okay. Chair, just on behalf of the Conservative Group, can we welcome Councillor Eason back to his position as a fully fledged member of the Labour Group? I'm sure he'll continue to be an independent socialist, but we wish him well. I would give one piece of advice, though, to the Labour Group, particularly in light of developments yesterday. You're supposed to banish the traitors, not the faithful. Thank you very much.
I have no idea what you're talking about, Councillor. There we go. Moving on. Moving on then to minutes of the meeting of the 22nd of January. Clearly that meeting was adjourned because of a medical matter. I welcome the colleague who's back in his seat today, seemingly fit and well. So welcome. It was agreed that the questions that weren't asked at that meeting would receive written answers. I'm assuming that they were all received. If not, perhaps you can take that up, and we'll get that dealt with. Right. I'm now going to move on. Let's see if the minutes are accepted. I'll take silence to mean compliance. Yeah, I got nodding heads, nobody objecting, so those minutes are accepted. Right, we'll move on then, moving on the agenda to the pay policy that was item 8. Now, I gather officers often leave the room at that point. There's no obligation to do so. Geraint would say, yeah, but yeah, okay. Thank you. Right, thank you. Councillor Callard is going to speak briefly to this.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, councillors. Monmouthshire County Council's pay policy for 2026 sets out a transparent, fair and legally compliant framework for employee pay. It covers all staff groups, including the Chief Executive, Chief Officers, NJC Green Book employees and teachers. The publication of the pay policy is a requirement set out in Section 38 of the Localism Act of 2011. This pay policy also details the recent changes in the leadership structure and the implementation of the recent Senior Leadership Pay Review, which was agreed by Council in April 2025. Monmouthshire County Council applies a nationally negotiated pay award for all colleagues as follows for last year. The individual basic salaries of all officers within the scope of the JNC for Chief Executives and Chief Officers of local authorities, and all officers within the scope of the NJC Green Book terms and conditions increased by 3.2% with effect from the 1st of April 2025, and the individual basic salaries of all teachers within the scope of the School Teachers Pay and Conditions Wales document increased by 4% with effect from the 1st of September 2025. There is no local negotiation of this increase. The statutory guidance under the Localism Act recommends the use of pay multiples as a means of measuring the relationship between pay rates across the workforce and that of senior managers. Consequently, the pay policy also shows the relationship in pay between the chief executive officers and the median and lowest paid members of staff. The multiple between the lowest paid full-time equivalent employee and the chief executive officer is 6-to-1, which is the same as the previous 2 years. The multiple between the average chief officer and the median full-time equivalent employee is 3-to-1, the same as the previous year. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Callard. We have Philippa Green, Head of HR, to answer any questions if you have any. No questions? Right. Oh, yes, sir. Councillor Howarth.
Chairman, may I just ask, I haven't seen the report as reference to the updates of the repositioning. Could you tell me where you're saying there's some realignments within positions? Where is that within the document? Does that mean, i.e., somebody's taking another portfolio or whatever? What you stated there'd been some reposition of portfolios or whatever. Cheers, Ben.
Thank you for the question, Councillor House. This is a work that was undertaken in 2025 off the back of the Senior Pay Review. You'll note we went through a process of appointing Craig O'Connor and Deb Hill-Howells into those respective roles. So that was the restructure to which I refer.
Right, thank you. Any other questions? Right, you're going to get off lightly, I think, Philippa. This is a statutory report. We really have no choice on this, so I will again take nods to mean acceptance and silence to mean compliance. Yes. Okay, so that's agreed. Thank you, everybody. So we move on now to item 5. Oh, can we bring the officers back? Sorry. Yep. How do I log on to Teams? I don't know what I'm doing here. Can you just... I don't know. What did you do? How are you voting? Is that through what and go?
It'll come down the side where it says meeting chat.
All right. I haven't got that. So how did you get that far? You just joined the Teams meeting, did you?
Must just get Matt to come and do it.
Yeah. Okay. I'll do it here. Right. Right, thank you. So that was all sorted nicely. So we now go into item 5, reports, and 5.1 is Corporate Parenting Strategy 2025-2028. This was discussed last week by People Scrutiny, but we'll ask Councillor Callard to introduce it again now. My apologies, of course, it's Councillor Chandler, sorry.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I think Councillor Callard's got enough on his plate for today's agenda without adding this one to it as well. So, a moment of panic, maybe. No, seriously, Council, though, I'm really pleased to introduce our new corporate parenting strategy, which reaffirms the responsibility that we share for the children and young people that are in our care. Every elected member, every officer, every partner organisation has a role in keeping them safe, supporting their well-being and helping them to grow into confident, valued adults. Because corporate parenting is not a task for one service, it is a commitment that reaches across our whole council. And I'd like to read a quote from a former Deputy Minister for Health and Social Care, Gwenda Thomas, that we included in the strategy document itself. The quote is, "When you became an elected member, you took on one of your most important roles as corporate parent to children that your local authority looks after. The importance of your corporate parenting responsibilities cannot be overemphasised. Elected members have a responsibility to ensure that children looked after by the council are able to thrive, that they are nurtured, supported, educated, listened to, and prepared for adult life in the way that any good parent would want for their own children. These children will have often faced significant challenges and will need the help of adults who hold powerful and influential positions." And I hope that resonates with everybody here and they recognise that responsibility that they carry. The strategy that's in front of you sets out 10 priorities that we as a local authority and we as elected members strive to deliver. The action plan that accompanies the strategy directly links to those priorities. And these updated priorities reflect the changes that we've made over the past 3 years, and as well as changes in the external context and legislation. So, for example, in the priorities, we've emphasised the importance of children being looked after close to their families and communities. And this was a main driver for the residential placement strategy that we agreed in 2024 and our achievement in increasing the number of Monmouthshire foster carers. It is also worth noting that thanks to our family support services that we've stabilised and reduced the proportion of children in the county who are looked after. We've also emphasised the importance of listening to our young people, and prompted by them, we introduced last year a policy to treat care experience as if it were a protected characteristic, recognising the lifelong disadvantage that some care experience people face. But at the heart of this strategy are our care experience young people themselves. Their resilience, honesty and achievements continue to inspire us. Many have faced difficulties that no child should ever have to face, and yet they show strength, talent and determination every day. We are proud of them, and we are grateful for the insights they bring in shaping our work. This strategy sets out our promise to listen, to nurture ambition, and to stand alongside our young people as they build their futures. So I commend this strategy to Council so that together we will be the very best corporate parents that we can be. So diolch.
Thank you, Councillor. Any questions or comments on that, please? Right, I'm just getting numbers up here. I can't see hands. It's Councillor Jackie Strong.
Thank you, Chair. I'm not going to speak. I think I just applaud the comments made by Councillor Chandler. I'm lucky enough to be on the corporate parenting panel as well as chairing people scrutiny, and I just want to draw people's attention to last week's people scrutiny meeting where we looked at the corporate parenting strategy in quite a lot of detail, the progress that we've made in recruiting our own in-house foster carers, the increased support and the decrease in the council tax allowances has helped to actually, you know, for foster carers within our county to realise and be recognised that we really do need them, we support them, and for all the good work that they do, supporting local children to remain within the county. We've made real progress with regard to the Eliminate agenda, so we've got our own in-house children's homes and a couple more on the way. The challenges of post-16 young people when they look at moving to their own accommodation is a challenge, but we are working with our partners to see what we can do to eliminate some of the challenges around that. I want to really applaud and recognise the teamwork, the support, the work done by our young people's advisors, the social workers, and all the people within our council team that actually support those young people to develop and grow into adults that will truly be fully sort of fledged citizens of Monmouthshire, and to bring them back into county is such a good thing. So thank you for all those involved in the corporate parenting strategy. I'm sure as part of scrutiny we'll be watching out for regular updates. I think it's coming back to us in another 6 months for us to scrutinise the achievements that we've done and some of the challenges that we face. But thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Ahmed Watts, please.
Yeah, thanks, Chair, and thank you, Jackie, for those additional words. It's a really interesting subject, and I'm really pleased to see that the authorities made some progress as far as fostering is concerned. That's always been a contentious issue that's gone on and debated on the society for many years. So to see this kind of progress is really impressive. So well done to everybody that's involved in that. The other aspect of corporate parenting, of course, is adoption, and I just wondered if there's been any improvements really on the adoption services, support services that we provide parents, not just through the adoption process, but throughout the lifetime of that child. Really, that's something that I'm particularly interested in. And my final point is this, Chair, is we talk about this quite a lot about corporate parenting. I know I can see Penny, who's a massive advocate for corporate parenting. There isn't anything that Penny doesn't know about corporate parenting, so it'll be interesting to see what she has to say. But it's many years since I did any corporate parent training, and when we talked to the responsible officer for social services last time, she implied that some of the newer members, and when I say new, we've been here for 4 years now, haven't actually had any training at all. So I think really now's the opportunity to have a good think about whether or not we are all fully aware of our responsibilities as corporate parents. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor. I'm just having a bit of problem with my technology here. Right, any other questions or points? Oh, right. Oh, Councillor Penny Jones.
Thank you, Chair. And thank you, Councillor Chandler, for introducing the corporate parenting strategy, a detailed report which is relevant to all councillors, helping them all to understand and act upon their responsibilities as corporate parents. The strategy was brought, as Councillor Jackie Strong has said, to People's Scrutiny Committee and was well received, partly due to the detail and replies to the questions raised by committee members. I've been a member of the Corporate Parenting Panel for many years, and I can only describe it as humbling. But Monmouthshire County Council can be justifiably proud of the work that it does in encouraging the care-experienced children and young people to become valued members of the community and allowing their voices to be heard. The team involved are wide-ranging and diverse, ranging from the invaluable personal advisors and social workers to representatives of education, housing, health and advocacy, all of which help the young people to grow and become independent with vital support. So, Chair, on behalf of the Conservative Group, I endorse the Corporate Parenting Strategy and Action Plan. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. And Councillor Howarth, please.
Thank you, Chair, and just endorsing Penny's comments there. I was part of the Scrutiny Committee that day, and it was probably one of the better meetings. And I'd just like to ask Councillor Chandler now is, as we all know, the private sector will be foregoing its moving of children into that sector, and we as a council then will be, I think it's from April, Councillor Chandler will be making my statement. If it's wrong, you'll be correcting me. Is that right? And are we ready for that with the private sector pulling away from the housing of children within houses and nursing homes, etc.? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor. Any more questions or points before I come back to Councillor Chandler? No? Okay, Councillor Chandler, over to you.
Yeah, thank you, Chair, and thank you, members. First of all, thanks to for the positive comments. From Councillor Jones, Councillor Jackie Strong, and others. Really echo what they say about the team. We have a hugely dedicated team that work under considerable pressure. It's talking to members of our children's services team. It is a high pressure environment. The stakes are really high. And they work really hard, but they also get huge satisfaction knowing the difference they make to the lives of children that are facing really significant challenges, and their work is often quite transformational. So I do echo the praise that we give to the team. In terms of Councillor Watts' question around adoption support, I'm probably going to pass on the detail of that question because I think I'd be happy to come back to him out of council on that. Obviously, the work is done through the National Adoption Service, so we support that. We work with them, and we certainly provide support to prospective adoptees and afterwards. But the details of how we do that, I don't have at my fingertips, and I wouldn't want to say that, but I'll be more than happy to talk to Councillor Watts afterwards about the work we do, because it is really important. He's quite right to highlight that our work with vulnerable children is both trying to keep them safe in their families, if at all possible. If we're bringing them into care, to place them with foster parents that are going to nurture them, or if more appropriate, into a residential children's home, of which we're opening our own, or it is to prepare them and help them through into the journey into adoption, if that's appropriate, but it's not appropriate for all our children. And of course, to try and return our children back to their families, to work with families, to help children return to their families, either to kinship carers or to their birth parents, if the circumstances have changed to this extent, those families can now safely look after them. So we have a whole range of support. So he's right to highlight that particular aspect. In terms of the other question about training for elected members, I think what the Chief Officer referred to is not that the elected members who were elected in 2022 haven't been trained. We were. I think it is that the two elected members who were elected at by-elections since 2022 have maybe missed out on that training, and we've acknowledged that. That was something that we should have sorted out, and it just slipped us through. So it is one thing that we want to redress on that, and we will be looking at our training again in the future. and seeing where it needs updating for all members. And then finally, the question from Councillor Howarth about the Welsh Government's Eliminate agenda. It's the legislation that we have from the the Social Care Act from 2025, the full name of which I can't remember exactly what it is, sets out the timetable for when profit will be eliminated for the care of looked after children, and it's a phased change. So we're reaching the stage that at the end of this financial year, so the end of March, is that no new registrations will be granted by Care Inspectorate Wales for new for-profit homes. And then there is a series of other deadlines in terms of them not approving any expansion of existing homes. And then there's going to be another deadline a year after that for we're no longer able to place any new children into a for-profit home. But we want to maintain the settings that children are in at the moment, and if they're in a for-profit home at the moment, we're not going to rip them out of them and put them somewhere else if it's not in their best interests. So it's a phased approach. Are we ready for it? As ready as we can be, recognising that there is still a fair bit of market instability until these changes bed in, and we're still waiting for some of the for-profit providers to determine whether they are going to transition to a not-for-profit model or whether they're going to withdraw from the market. And what that transition might be. So yes, we are ready, but there is a level of uncertainty ahead of us. But whatever comes our way, we will deal with, because it is our utmost priority to make sure that the children that we're looking after are kept safe, are kept well, and are nurtured, and are helped to grow into thriving adults. So that is our responsibility, and that's what we set out in this strategy. So I hope that answers your questions, and I don't think there was anything else, so I hope we're all in favour. Thank you.
Right, thank you. The recommendation is that we endorse the report. Unless I see any voices against, I would assume that is the will of the council. Oh, you want to take? All right. I'm asked that we do need to take a vote on that. Okay. So it's is that coming up on the system? Okay, that's overwhelmingly carried. Thank you. Right, now I did say we'd have a break before 5.1. With the if it's acceptable to the meeting, I'll get into some not shaking of heads is not necessary. What do we do? Shaking of heads over here. I'm just trying to get the wheel. Okay, I think we'll carry on then in that case. Okay, right. So moving on then to 5.2, council tax resolution and revenue and capital budgets for 26-27. I will say before we start, if this is a long debate and you need to go out to take medication or for a call of nature or whatever, I'm not going to stop you taking part in future parts of the meeting by speaking or voting. We rely on councillors to be sensible about that. But I will call a break at a suitable point so that we can all stretch our legs. Right, Councillor Callard, are you ready for us? As they say, spring has sprung, sap is rising, and young councillors' fancy turns to budgets.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, council colleagues. Budgets are moral documents. They reveal our priorities and they expose our values. They show how we respond to pressure and whether we stand firm and invest in our communities. I come before you today to commend this revenue and capital budget to council because it does exactly that. It protects what matters, it strengthens where we must, and it prepares Monmouthshire for the future. Let us begin with the context. For more than a decade, local government across Wales and the UK has faced extraordinary pressure. Austerity, a global pandemic, soaring inflation, rising demand in social care, increasing complexity in additional learning needs, growing expectations with shrinking resources. Many councils are still making cuts to core services, reducing library hours, closing leisure centres, and cutting preventative support. We are not. This budget contains no cuts to frontline services. Waste collections remain unchanged, leisure centres remain open, libraries continue to serve our communities, recycling centres continue to operate, and community hubs remain in place. That is not an accident. It is the result of careful stewardship, disciplined financial management, and difficult decisions taken earlier in this administration to restore stability to the council's finances. We said we would move this council from survival to stability and from stability to investment. This budget shows that we are doing exactly that. Across our key service areas, funding is increasing. In social care and health, by 5.5%. In learning skills and economy, by 4.6%. In place and community well-being, by 4.3%. And infrastructure sees sustained and targeted capital investment. This is what investment in public services looks like. But let's talk about what that means in real terms. In education, we are investing a further £1 million directly into school budgets for the second consecutive year, an extra £95 per pupil. That means real support for our schools on top of rising pay and pension pressures. It means continued support for additional learning needs and social, emotional, mental health provision. It means strengthening Welsh medium education. It means backing the Inspire programme to support young people not in education, employment or training. When we invest in education, we invest in opportunity and we invest in aspiration. In social care and health, we are making significant additional provision to meet rising and increasingly complex demand. We are supporting both adults and children. We are maintaining our focus on prevention and early intervention, because not only is it morally right, it is financially responsible. We're protecting the most vulnerable residents in Monmouthshire, and that is our choice, and it's the right choice. If there's one issue that residents raised time and time again during the consultation, it's been the condition of our roads. People told us clearly that potholes matter, and we listened. This budget already included £5.65 million of capital investment in highway structures, resurfacing, bridges, rights-of-way and property maintenance. And following that consultation, we have strengthened that commitment further with an additional £2 million over 3 years, specifically targeted at accelerating pothole repairs and improving carriageway condition. It includes the refurbishment of the historic Chain Bridge, a vital transport link and an iconic part of our heritage, supported by grant funding and delivered over the next 2 years. It includes investment in gully cleaning teams and street sweeping teams, preventative work that reduces flood risk and improves the everyday experience in our towns and villages. This is practical investment that residents will see and feel. And we're doing all of this while maintaining financial responsibility. The final revenue budget is balanced. The gap identified during the draft has been closed without any new service reductions, and we are not using the council fund reserve to pay for any day-to-day spending, and we are maintaining contingency provision to manage in-year risk. That matters, because financial recklessness today becomes service cuts tomorrow. Let me address the issue that none of us take lightly: council tax. The proposed increase of 5.95% is not an easy decision. We know households face pressures, and we know that some families are balancing tight budgets, but we must also be honest. Over 70% of this council's expenditure is on social care and education. Demand in those areas is rising faster than inflation. The costs in those services are largely outside of our control. If we do not raise the necessary income locally, we would have to reduce services locally. That would mean fewer care packages, further pressure on our schools, reduced services for residents and lower investment in our roads. That is not a path that I am prepared to take. The council tax reduction scheme continues to protect those on the lowest incomes, and we continue to maximise exemptions and support for those who need it most. This is a balanced approach, fair to taxpayers, fair to service users, and fair to future generations. Colleagues, during the consultation, residents supported protecting schools and social care. We have done so. They raised concerns about the roads. We have strengthened our investment. They asked for transparency about how the budget gap would be closed, and we have resolved it clearly without any last-minute surprises. This is how responsible local government should work. We do not pretend that the challenges disappear beyond 2026-2027. The medium-term financial outlook remains demanding. Demand continues to grow, and national funding remains uncertain. But we can face the future from a position of stability. We are planning, we are investing, and we are governing responsibly. This budget says something about Monmouthshire. It says that we value our schools. It says that we protect the vulnerable. It says that we invest in our infrastructure. It says that we maintain our community spaces, and it says that we take financial responsibility seriously. And it says that even in difficult times, we choose ambition over decline. Councillor Neal, you've raised concerns about our schools' deficit balances. Today, you can vote to support our schools. Councillor Howarth, in December's meeting, you expressed your desire for more gully cleaning teams in Monmouthshire. Today, you can vote for them. Councillor Butler, you recently contacted me sharing your residents' concerns with the condition of some of the roads in your ward. Today, you can vote for more investment into those roads. And Councillor Taylor, you've expressed concerns about the level of our financial reserves. Today, you can vote for a budget that protects our reserves. Every member of this chamber will make their own judgment today. That's right and proper. But I ask you to consider the bigger picture. This is not a budget of cuts. It is a budget of progress. It builds upon the hard work of recent years. It responds to public feedback. It protects frontline services. And it lays the foundations for the future of this county. Chair, colleagues, this is a responsible budget, a fair budget, and an ambitious budget. It's a budget that reflects our values and priorities, and I commend it to Council. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Give you a moment to take your seat. Right. Take comments, discussion. Very quiet. Are we really saying nobody wants to speak? Councillor John wants to speak now.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, everyone. Budget setting is an important day in the calendar of any government or council administration. In all intents and purposes, it's a confidence vote in the administration. First of all, let's have a look at the consultation process. Firstly, to the Cabinet, thank you for at least bothering to turn up to the public consultation sessions this year. In some previous years, Cabinet members didn't turn up to those sessions, and it was left to officers to bear the brunt of public anger and frustration. We've got a great comms team, but the public expect to be able to talk to the people actually putting forward these proposals. So thank you for at least doing the absolute bare minimum of your jobs and turning up to those sessions this year. It was disappointing that the budget you consulted upon was incomplete. You openly admitted that there was a black hole of £973,000 in the budget with no identified solution. It was thoroughly misleading to present a budget to the public as if it was deliverable when it clearly was not. The Cabinet member said he was confident that that £1 million black hole could be covered as long as there weren't any unforeseen disasters. Well, thankfully we didn't have any, but there could have been. That was incredibly reckless with public money. I think the Cabinet thought that they would get a significant sum of money from Welsh Government. We got £8,000. That's all. £250,000 was filled by changes in the assumptions about how many Band D properties would pay council tax this year. A further £100,000 of technical savings, which isn't detailed line by line, but we can assume to be a continuation of the completely random strategy of carrying vacancies as and when they appear. You're using a series of short-term fixes and one-off manoeuvres to balance the budget, including using £2.7 million of capital receipts to prop up day-to-day spending. That is not the definition of sustainable finance. Capital receipts should fund long-term investment, not be used as a sticking plaster for annual spending. And the Cabinet member talks about the movement from 2022 as being from survival to investment. That has no credibility whatsoever. This budget brings forward another drawdown of £100,000 from reserves, bringing the total drawdown from reserves in this budget to £947,000, just to manage day-to-day expenditure. This is not sustainable, and you know it. You inherited reserves of £33.6 million, or 20% of annual expenditure in 2022. That now stands at just 19 million, less than 9% of annual expenditure, one of the very lowest in Wales. This council is one unexpected shock away from a financial crisis. This is a risk-laden budget, one more extreme weather event, one failed grant, one increase in demand, and the whole budget unravels. That's £15 million taken from reserves. No responsible council would leave its reserves so exposed. This council is dangerously reliant on short-term grants just to keep services running, particularly in additional learning needs and waste collection services. When the grant disappears, the service is at risk of collapse. That's not planning, that's gambling. We know that pressures continue in social care. Too much of that day-to-day expenditure is reliant on external grants. If the grant falls, those services face cuts. You boasted that there are no redundancies in this budget, but you are deleting multiple vacancies, including in social care, and it's frustrating that you're making those completely randomly. Now, on council tax, you proposed a council tax rise of 5.95%, following two consecutive rises of 7.8%. This is exactly double the rate of inflation, and it's the second highest increase in the whole of Wales. Your proposed council tax increase brings a Band D property up to almost £2,500 a year, including the 7% precept that Councillor Jane Mudd, the part-time Police and Crime Commissioner, is imposing for next year. And I say imposing because she proposed a council tax precept of 6.99%, which was rejected by the Police and Crime panel. So she came back with a revised figure of 6.95%. What an insult to the members of that panel charged with holding her to account, and an insult to all the people that they represent. Residents' incomes are not rising by 6 to 7%, but their taxes are. Cumulatively, council tax has risen in Monmouthshire by 34% under Labour. How can you claim to care about the challenges around cost of living when you whack up council tax so much? It's another inflation-busting increase in the middle of a cost of living crisis, which is made worse by your Chancellor killing off economic growth and you putting up taxes, fees and charges. But that's the way the Labour Party operates. Tax and spend. I remember the words of Councillor Rook in a previous debate talking about tax, where he declared, tax them to the hilt. And that's exactly what they're doing. Many increases in fees and charges will fall heavily on lower income households. The hourly charge for people receiving domiciliary care provided by the council is rising by 8.3% to £26 per hour, including for our most vulnerable residents. Other fees and charges are going up by 3.8%, including car parking charges, which went up by 10% last year alone. This is an administration that wastes taxpayers' money. Your car parking review was a complete waste of time and money, £28,000 down the drain, to tell you what we already knew. A missed opportunity to support our high street, already suffering under the burden of business rates. Another big decision ducked and kicked the can kicked down the road for the next non-Labour administration to deal with. They've wasted money on the Great Wall of Cluddock and pay rises for the most senior officers, totalling £100,000 over 2 years, increasing the annual senior leadership wage bill to £851,000. The previous Conservative administration prioritised renewing our school estate. Education was the top priority in our corporate plan, and it's disappointing that it's not yours. Our policy was that capital receipts were ring-fenced for 21st century schools, and we've delivered incredible schools in that time. In the last 4 years, we've seen next to no progress on the school estate whatsoever, no investment and no plans for the future. Our school system's under significant financial strain, with over half of all Monmouthshire schools projected to be in a budget deficit combined of £7 million by the end of this financial year. Unprecedented in Monmouthshire. You're driving our school system to the brink. They're also facing pay, pension and inflation pressures. The national insurance increase brought in by your government is costing our schools £760,000, despite indications that the cost would be covered by government. King Henry VIII 3-19 school, our newest flagship school, is now facing 6 days of industrial action because you forced them into a position where they have to make compulsory redundancies. You were asked in full council 3 months ago, this is to the Cabinet member, whether you'd consider MCC staff restructuring to avoid schools being forced to make teaching staff redundant, but this was given no consideration. Now, children from the ages from 3 to 16 are missing valuable teaching time, many of the same pupils who missed out on schooling during the pandemic and put up with disruption during the school build. Of course, what we don't know is whether this is just the start of overspending schools having to make compulsory staff redundancies in order to balance their budgets. Our roads are like that of a third world country. Your budget boasts an additional £2 million for highways, but 2/3 of that extra investment is conveniently pushed until after the next election, meaning you're promising better roads tomorrow while delivering more potholes today. It's a drop in the ocean compared to what's needed. A whole new approach, and we'll hear more about that from colleagues later. The burden of this budget falls most heavily on the residents of this county. How can you look residents in the eye when you're hiking up domiciliary care charges by 8%, council tax by 6%, the police precept by 7%, as well as car parking charges up 8% on top of the 10% last year? Instead of delivering long-term transformation, why are we seeing short-term fixes and one-off gimmicks?
20 seconds,
Because
please,
you know that you're toast. You're openly telling the public that you won't be councillors in 14 months' time. You know the public want Keir Starmer out, Rachel Reeves out, Elena Morgan out, all of you out. You're in the dying days of this administration, clinging on to power by your fingertips.
That's 10 minutes.
You've got no desire to deliver value for money for residents, no ambition to see this county prosper, and no stomach to take the difficult decisions necessary. You should stand aside and make way for people who do. The truth is, you've given up.
Councillor,
You're out of ideas,
had over 10
out
minutes
of money,
now.
and very nearly out of time.
Thank you. Right, Councillor Maybe, please.
Thank you, Chair. I'm not going to shout, you'd be glad to hear. I'm not really given to slogans, but I think probably rather than tax and spend, I would say that we are listen and invest, as compared to cancel, cut, criticise and shout. However, that wasn't what I was planning to say. When I joined this administration 4 years ago, I asked officers to help me to understand why our roads were in the condition they were in and how we could bring them up to standard. They told me that it was the result of years of underfunding and that they estimated there was an £80 million backlog. I was shocked to discover that the budget we had in that first year, as set by the previous administration, was less than 2 million revenue and less than 6 million capital to spend on roads for that whole year. Even more shocking was the discovery that in the 4 years previous to that, the funding for highways had been even less. So we inherited a position where infrastructure had been underfunded for a long time, which has taken its toll on the condition of our roads in particular. Add to this the challenge of ageing bridge structures of various kinds, the impact of more and heavier vehicles, and the increase in extreme weather due to climate change. As you're all well aware, the largest proportion of this council's revenue budget goes on education and social care, and a significant capital investment has focused on building new schools, depleting capital reserves. The new schools are beautiful. There are no easy answers, are there? I resolved, however, to push for more funding for roads and infrastructure going forward. But in our first year, we faced serious challenges in the cost of education and social care, and we were hit by the horrendous inflation we faced in our first year of office following the Trust budget. Since then, we have increased the budget for highways every year. We've been helped a bit by the Welsh Government Local Government Borrowing Initiative, which provides capital for specific projects we put forward up to a set maximum. But it's not enough, and it doesn't help us to increase our full range of road maintenance delivery. We know we need emergency pothole filling, and we need the medium-term patching, as well as the holy grail of resurfacing. We also need to deliver all of the related structural works, fixing culverts, fences and barriers, footways and drainage. And this last winter has been the worst yet in terms of weather impact on roads. Officers tell us that what we lack most of all is people and materials, much more than new equipment. And the feedback we get from residents is that they see how ineffective the emergency cold potholing is. They see it coming out again, particularly where heavy traffic goes over it and particularly where there's when there's intense rainfall. So we've made an important decision this year to specifically focus funding for 3 years on hot fill and patching, the aim being to recruit 2 new teams of 3 people to deliver in the north and in the south of the county. We've deliberately made that a 3-year commitment so that we can bring in more people, we can create jobs and we can train. This is an attempt to have a longer term vision than just saying, oh well, fill a few more this year. It's not an attempt to push things, to delay things, but it's also being realistic in how long it takes to get that up and running. We ask you to support this budget. Our roads have been the Cinderella service for too long, and our residents are suffering the results of that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Do I have other speakers? No? You do surprise me.
Sarah Birch.
Oh, good, right. Oh, yes, we got one at home. Councillor Birch.
Thank you, Chair. A budget has to balance it in more senses than one, and you know, it's always a challenge to balance our ambitions with our resources and to ensure that in every decision we take, we reflect the needs and wishes of our communities and that we deliver value for money. So, reflecting on the decisions we are proposing in my own portfolio, in housing, we have brought down the cost of homelessness considerably over the last few years, putting more into prevention, more into bringing empty homes back into use, into improving the stock of temporary and permanent accommodation. Increasingly, that work is proposed to be funded through the revenue raised through the council tax premiums on second and empty homes. In culture, in heritage and tourism, in food, I am extremely proud of what the teams are achieving. They're increasing audience, bringing in external funding, and although we are asking them to continue to deliver a lot with modest resources, we will continue to be able to deliver our ambitious culture, our ambitious destination management and food strategies. That is something that I think we can all take pride in, and it is a credit to our officers. But where we do need a real step change is in the maintenance of our public realm. I hope all councillors will support the proposals today to put more resources into mending the pavements, into sweeping our streets and clearing gullies. We are allocating funding to the Rights of Way network to continue the programme of bridge replacement. And all these decisions, along with the Welsh Government active travel funding and using all other funding that is available to us, are part of our commitment to make Monmouthshire a place where it is easy and pleasant to walk, to wheel, to cycle, and responding to the motion passed by Council last year. Because this is a budget for resilience. We know that extreme weather events are no longer the exception, but unfortunately an inevitable consequence of climate change. And because we know that the most vulnerable residents are the most reliant on both our everyday services and our capacity to cope with emergencies, we really do need to build our capacity and our resilience in this county. And this budget does do that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. I now have Councillor Chandler.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I'm not sure that I should give the dignity to Councillor John's rant by responding to some of those things that he said, but maybe I should. But I do find it fairly insulting to say that when we have vacancies that we have deemed through thorough analysis of needs of the service in social care, that they're just random cuts of staff. I find that pretty insulting, and I don't really think that any dignified politician should make that charge, particularly someone that's been in the position of being leader of the council previously and should actually know better. We expect a little bit better in our level of debate here. He also should know probably that, in terms of service charges increases, the hourly rate may have been increased, but of course the cap on what people pay towards domiciliary care still is just no higher than £100 a week for any person. So therefore the impact of those raised fees is actually going to be fairly minimal on most people, and particularly those that are least able to pay. So I think we can move on a little bit from that, but I think it is indicative of that sort of fantasy of being in opposition where you're able to, similarly his party have just done in its Senedd manifesto, just announcing huge spending commitments across Wales. Billions of pounds worth of spending.
Chair, relevance?
The same way that you talked about the relevance of what Keir Starmer did and what other people did in terms of national insurance raises and stuff. I think it is relevant because you raise the very question. And I think that thing about you raising this prospect of huge spending commitments and at the same time as cutting taxes, cutting income tax, cutting business rates.
Chair, he's using this as a platform for his Senedd campaign.
Councillor. Well, I was thinking of reminding you that the elections were on May the 7th when you were speaking, and I didn't. So I won't do it for this councillor, but just take care, please. Take care.
But I think this is what I'm trying to say, is that Councillor John is echoing that means in terms of complaining that we're not spending enough on highways, that we're not spending enough on social care, but we're charging too much, we're doing all these types of things, and at the same time saying that the council tax rise is too high. And I think it's just naive and a little bit dishonest to the electorate. But moving on.
I ask for that to be withdrawn, please. I haven't accused anyone here of being dishonest, and I don't expect it from anyone else.
I think, if I recall correctly, Councillor Chandler said you were being dishonest with the electorate. Are you standing by that?
I'm saying that calling for more spending and calling for reduction in income is a dishonest argument to put in front of the electorate. And that's what I said, and that's what I stand by. So, because it is a dishonest argument to say that we can spend more and raise less. Let's move on, though, to the actual, what I wanted to say, which is that I wanted Council to support this budget because it protects the vital care that children and adults across our county rely on. It also allows us to continue the essential programme of change that will make our social care system sustainable for years to come. beyond the length of this administration, because that's the long-term view that we take. As members know, our population is ageing. Our older residents, they make huge contributions to our communities, but they also rightly expect and increasingly need support from social care. We're seeing more people needing domiciliary care, more needing residential placements, and more pressure on the system overall. And this budget recognises those pressures. It responds to rising demand while also investing in the preventative and reablement work that helps people live well and independently in their own homes for longer. That approach is not only compassionate, it is the most sustainable way forward for our service. In children's services, we have worked hard to help vulnerable families keep their children safe through a wide range of early support, and this focus has helped us to stabilise the number of children looked after in the county. However, the loss of some Welsh Government grants has left us with a difficult choice. Do we cut those valuable services, or do we invest now to save in the future? Well, we chose to invest, and we were able to do so because of the savings that we generated from our work over the past 2 years to establish council-run residential homes and to recruit more of our own foster carers. And those decisions are now paying off exactly as we intended. Social care may account for over a third of the council's total spending, but it does ensure that our most vulnerable children and adults receive the support that they need. And we know that this is something our residents value and overwhelmingly support. This budget strengthens our services today, prepares us for the challenges of tomorrow, and reflects our commitment to care, dignity, and sustainability. So I hope all members will vote for this budget today and ensure that the most vulnerable adults and children in our county can get the help and support that they rely on. So diolch.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Howells, please.
Thank you, Chair. Fellow councillors, as an independent councillor, I approach this budget without being bound to a political party, but with a clear duty to judge whether it is fair, responsible, and in the best interest of the residents I represent. This year's budget is being set against a backdrop of rising costs, increasing demand for services, and continued pressures on household finances. In that context, the fact that this budget does not propose cuts to core frontline services is a significant one, and in my view, worthy of support. The way the budget is allocated reflects residents' priorities, roughly a third for education, a third for social care, and a third for neighbourhood services. That balance matters because it focuses spending on the services people rely on the most. As with previous years, social care is where the pressures are greatest. Demand continues to rise and needs are becoming more complex. The proposal to invest an additional £1 million over and above the inflationary pressure is not excessive, but it is necessary. I also welcome the continued investment in children and young people. An additional £1 million for the schools budget will provide stability at a time when schools face real challenges around attendance, additional learning needs and well-being. From a community perspective, the increased investment in roads, footpaths and bridges with an extra £5.5 million planned for 2026-27 is particularly welcomed. The residents see the conditions of our infrastructure every day, and I welcome the motion from my joint ward councillor Keir later on today. And I think this element of the budget I would hope he would support. I also welcome the commitment to keeping libraries, community hubs, leisure centres and cultural facilities open, and to maintaining waste and recycling services with no reduction in collections. And this commitment reflects our status in Wales as being in the leading class across the world. I do not underestimate the impact of the proposed 5.95% council tax rise. This is equivalent to £2.08 per week, or £108.19 a year for a typical Band D property. Of course, any increases is difficult. However, it is lower than in recent years and it is proposed to protect vital services. The commitment to support residents who are eligible for council tax reduction is therefore also crucial. This is not a perfect budget, but it is a practical and balanced one. It protects essential services and invests where the need is greatest. I'm sure some further savings could be found. However, these would come at a cost and more likely to the highways budget, where we have already witnessed decades of underfunding. And rather than risk upsetting our already aggrieved motorists with the pothole issues, I would predict that the savings would therefore affect our pedestrians, and namely the footpaths budget. From an independent standpoint, and with residents' interest in mind, I believe this budget deserves our support. Thank you. Diolch yn fawr.
Thank you, Councillor Howells. Again, I cannot see any more speakers on my screen. If you, Councillor Wright.
Thank you, Chair. I'm actually not going to use this as a practice hustings run, unlike some. Right, when you look at the numbers in this budget, they are telling us a very clear story about the priorities of this administration. Education is one of the most important responsibilities that we hold as a council, and it's also one of the clearest expressions of our values. I know that everybody in this chamber believes that every child deserves the opportunity to succeed. And that belief has shaped the choices that we've made in Monmouthshire since his administration took office in 2022. We have made a clear decision that education should remain one of the council's central investment priorities. The figures in this budget and our previous ones have demonstrated that very clearly. Since 2022, education spending in Monmouthshire has increased every single year, and this year we're proposing a further 4.7% increase and, just like last year, a further £1 million investment directly into schools. Taken together, these increases mean that there has been a 22% growth in investment in education during the life of this administration. And that growth has not simply been about covering inflation or unavoidable costs. We've made direct policy investments into our schools, meaningful increases that have helped our schools to manage pressures while delivering strong outcomes for our learners. This budget continues to support investment in areas where demand is growing, particularly additional learning needs provision, ensuring that more children can be supported effectively within our education system. This budget proposes an additional £103,000 funding for additional learning needs coordinators in our schools, and a £779,000 total increase in funding for individual development plans for our learners with additional needs. We are investing a further £125,000 in our specialist resource bases, supporting a strategy that has seen an enormous reduction in the number of children having to attend out-of-county placements and enabling more of our learners with ALN to be educated in the communities that they live in, close to their peer group and their families. We are, and I am so pleased to see this, also investing almost £110,000 more in supporting learners with social, emotional and mental health needs. It will come as no surprise to anyone here that this is something that means a great deal to me. And I'm very hopeful that this budget passes in order to support that investment. The recent Eston inspection of our local authority education service recognised the huge improvements in ALM provision since our last inspection in 2020. Our policies and our investments in education are paying dividends. They are delivering improvements for some of our most vulnerable learners, and I am enormously proud of everything that the education team is achieving. I would also remind councillors that Monmouthshire school exam results remain extremely strong. I would also like to highlight the fantastic person-centred culture of supporting well-being and inclusion for everybody in our schools. These things don't happen by accident. We invest to support them, and we will continue to do so. I know I've quoted some figures above, but when we talk about education spending, we're not just talking about numbers on a spreadsheet. We are talking about the opportunities available to young people across Monmouthshire and the future strength of our communities. These things must be paid for. Good public services aren't cheap. But Monmouthshire's education system and the strength of our schools demonstrates what proper investment can achieve. I wholeheartedly believe that this budget will continue to support this achievement, to support a system where everybody is enabled to reach their full potential and everybody is supported and included. So I ask councillors to back this and back our budget. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor. Again, I see no hands anywhere. If you do want to speak, shout so that I can not miss you accidentally. I've got a very small screen in front of me. Councillor Howarth, I can see a red light. Are you wanting to speak?
Yes, Chair.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Chair, and good afternoon, members. Number 23 or 24, I'm not too sure, but everyone has its priorities, and every one of these budgets has its downfalls also. First of all, may I say International Women's Day this weekend, and I hope we have a good weekend. I'm sure my wife will give me lots of chores to do, so I don't know if that means a lot to you here, but we have International Women's Day this weekend, so please get your jobs done as males. May I also start by saying thank you to all our volunteers in Monmouthshire. I may say it every meeting, and I may say it and others say it as well. We have a mass amount of volunteers, and without them volunteers, this county wouldn't be what it is. They do every range and aspect of what we have out there, from tidying up to even sweeping roads now and cleaning out gullies, which is shameless to say on this authority. But I must thank them, and we as independents thank every one of them for their important duties in which they do for our county, and will continue doing it for as long as they can. So many thanks, and keep up the good work. Where are we with this budget? Is the county where it was, or is the county on a downward spiral like many other counties within Wales? I'm sure May reflect that on what administration we have back down in Cardiff. I've sat through many of these, and every time we say that we need more money, I was hoping that our administration that we have was going to do that for us. I did support them at the start, but I don't think that is the case. The formula that we use to support local authorities, we are at the bottom as always. I have a shake off the leader. That's good news. We're not at the bottom. Perhaps we're next to the bottom. But the formula we use to calculate the Barnett formula isn't what we would hope for. And I know the Tories on my right have always argued that case. And I'm sure that this council, a number of years ago, was asked by the leader of the independent group to write to the minister to ask them how come we are always at the bottom, and why is it that we are not looked at in favourous positions as a rural county. To deliver services in this rural county costs far, far more than our larger areas of Swansea, of Cardiff, of Newport. To deliver kids to their education, all them little things mean a lot to this authority, which has been already said, and it costs us a lot more money as well. I do feel that we do have rural isolation now in Monmouthshire. A lot of our rural communities are actually struggling. Whether we set the budget today or we set it tomorrow or whatever, our rural communities, not like our towns, are really struggling. Chepstow, Abergavenny, Monmouth, they're totally different to our rural communities. To even take your children to the leisure centre, to do anything in the rurals costs a lot of money nowadays, especially with children. A lot of parents actually transport their kids to their children to school nowadays, so that is another expense that they have to come across. I'm just going to speak a little bit about highways, because highways for me is one of the biggest complaints I have in my mailbox. Possibly 2 weeks ago I had over 35 complaints in a short space of time there, reference to conditions of roads, and it wasn't potholes, to be honest, it was the condition of the roads. My personal opinion is we've gone past the pothole stage now. I think the condition of the roads is all capital. The revenue for potholes is gone. I think we're just wasting our time and money on even thinking about repairing potholes to a certain standard. I think they've gone past that. Yes, we have to repair them, but the standard that we're talking about today is just not good enough. So I'd say the county's structure we have there is gone beyond the revenue. It's all capital, and that is the biggest complaint I have. I do not receive any feedback either. When we email now, we don't receive feedback. We might end with a number. In June, I emailed my chief executive with 2 requests for, the one request was the size of the teams that we have within the highways and the size of the teams that we have in ground maintenance. To this day, I've not had a response to them. And the request was how much we spend on outside consultants. Never had a response to any of them requests, which I find appalling as a member, 46 of us, and I'm still going to pursue that. I believe that our teams out there, them 2 teams, they work extremely hard. How would you like to be told on a Monday morning, load up guys, you're going to the same areas you went to last week because the pothole has not survived the week? They must be so demoralised, our staff, in going backwards and forwards. It's not fair on them, and I'll thank them here today personally to say, keep up the hard work, guys. We'll try and improve it and try and make your jobs a lot easier, but I'd hate to be in their position. So Chief Exec, Deputy Chief Exec, I still look forward to my responses, and that was following a meeting that many of us were sitting in here. We all sat in here with, I think it was on the 9th of June and the 10th of June. And I put in the box there, I asked them questions there and I didn't get any answers. And so I've emailed the 2 most important people in this council, and I'm still waiting for a response. We can buy a new gully sucker, and I give you this council another example. Last week, we had a brand new gully sucker go up Church Road. If anybody knows where Church Road is in Gilwyn, it's a very narrow lane. This thing was a monster, not suitable to be up there. It was massive. And it was one of our gully suckers, all livered up with Monmouthshire County Council. Should not have been up there. Probably the damage you did going up there was unbelievable. So Ben, I do appreciate a new gully sucker, but perhaps we have to have a little thought on what size of gully suckers we're going to be purchasing, because at the end of the day we may get 2 for 1 and be able to service our rural communities like we should be doing, and leave the bigger ones to the larger roads. I remember sitting in a cinema here, and we all sat in there. I think we were told we were going to do 1 mile a week in sucking gullies out. As many of you know, I ride the bike there, and I ride on Monmouthshire roads and probably do more miles in a week than some of you do in your car in a month. The same gullies are still blocked from 3 years ago of what they were when I went down them probably last week or the week before. 1 mile a week. I think we have run about 3,500 miles of highway. Doesn't take a brainwave to work that one out. It's impossible, absolutely impossible to go to that challenge and do that. And I don't blame the administration on my left. I don't blame the administration on my right, which were in administration when I was here them years ago. What I blame is we need to have a little bit of thought on how we're doing things. We need to have more member involvement as well. We just seem to get pushed to one side. Most of us are educated in here or online. We've got lots of thoughts and lots of ideas, but nobody listens to them. And clearly it was a fine example of the fence. I've got nothing else to say because my 10 minutes will be up soon, but I've got plenty to say when we come on to the motion from Councillor Keir. So today I would urge this council to actually not invest in 2 teams. I would invest in 4 teams to be out there. 2 teams of 3 men is north and south. It's just not good enough. It's not enough. 5.6 million with an extra 2 million. I think us bridge was 3.5 million. Before we finish with us bridge at Chain Bridge, is it? We'll probably be talking, probably blowing another 500,000 on that as well, because we never get anything right on the capital expenditure either. We've got a major landslip in Lantoni Valley, and the most important thing for me here today is we have a viaduct in Gilwyn, which is the main artery by the A40 into Wales.
30 seconds, Councillor.
We desperately need to sort and resolve that out. My feeling is that this council will not be able to do that because we will not have the funds to do that. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor. And Councillor Ahmed Watts, please.
Yes, Chair, I'm going to be very brief. First of all, it's great to see Simon back in true form again. I know I'm genuinely pleased to see him here because I know he had an accident on his bike the other day, and he came a cropper in a proper way. So I see he looks like he's almost fully recovered there. So that's good to see. As a backbencher in the Labour Party, it's very interesting sometimes and quite depressing sometimes to see other local authorities, not just in Wales but in England, sometimes making cuts. So Labour had going back 4 or 5 years ago, had a sweep really of most of the local authorities, picked up many local authorities they never anticipated, and then had to grapple with very difficult decisions. Psychologically, it's very difficult because as Labour Party members, we always want to see improvement in the community. We are nothing without our community. This is where we all come from. And that's a continual theme right across all the Labour parties I've known for many generations. So when you see things and you read in the newspapers, the broadsheets, local authorities cutting back, it thinks, well, are we going to do that? And I'm proud to say, on this occasion, one thing we haven't cut back is on libraries. We've held our libraries together. There's still fantastic amenities within the community, social centres, and as learning centres, and we've expanded some of the operations. So I'm really genuinely pleased, and I say that today because it's International Book Day. So I want you to think about that. What a fantastic resource we have, and how we continue to reinvest in our young people and the community to improve our literacy and broaden our horizons and our intellect. Thank you, Chair.
Right. Have you finished, Councillor, or are you just giving us time to think?
I'm giving you time all to ponder on that, Chair, so you can take as long as you want. You can have a break if you want.
Right, thank you. You caught me totally by surprise by finishing after 2 minutes. Right, my apologies. Yes, National Book Day. I've come as Mr. Strong by Roger Hargreaves. Actually. Oh, sorry about that. Right, so we move on now to Councillor Tudor Thomas.
Thanks. Diolch, Cadeirydd. I've listened with interest to the comments and questions as we've gone on today. I've got to say that I think the Cabinet Member for Resources is delivering a balanced budget in difficult times. And let's be honest, this will apply to authorities across Wales and across England. And it is not an easy ride. And as well, I think Labour administrations are always in a difficult position. If it's a huge spending budget that doesn't really balance, then we're accused of being profligate with public money. We're not doing the right thing. We're putting the authority into debt. And what we're getting today is a balanced budget. And at the end of the day, whether it's a household or it's a county or it's central government, there has to be an element of balancing. And I think the Cabinet Member is doing that and balancing priorities. And it is difficult to balance the huge priorities that we have of education, social services, highways, other services, and to actually get to somewhere which satisfies people and which is the moral thing to do. And I honestly think that this year we've had a good report from Estyn in terms of education, with good results, as the Cabinet Member for Children and Young People has said, and that is a priority. We've had a new 3 to 19 school. The last couple of years we've started new Welsh medium provision in Ysgol Gymraeg Trefynwy, and we could see the fruits of that for those of us who were in County Hall on Monday, seeing those children only been in school for about 2 years and who are probably fairly totally fluent in the Welsh medium language, and that is expanding. We've got Ysgol Gymraeg Efenni now, started in '94 under Gwent Authority with something like 20 kids. It's now well over 200. It's going to be moving into Derry View site in September, and it'll be a 2-form entry school. And that is giving an opportunity for parents who want Welsh medium education to actually send their children there. But generally, education is certainly, and youth services had such a good report, and I was heartened by that. And at the end of the day, I've got a great sympathy for the issue of potholes and the condition of the roads. I've got a car. I travel in, reasonably every day, well, quite a way every day probably, like most people, and that is a priority. But at the end of the day, we have to balance education, social services, which are huge sort of suckers of resources in a sense. And at the end of the day, we have to take fairly hard decisions. And in reality, Labour has been in since 2022, but the Conservatives were in for over a decade. Chain Bridge has been a single track road for many, many years. At least now Labour administration is tackling these priorities. And I think they're tackling them in a sensible way without putting the authority into debt. And yes, there will be a slight increase in council tax, but that'll be the case across the whole of Wales. So I don't think we can be too despondent today. And I'm not putting down highways and gullies. They are important. But so is the education of young people, so is the care of people in social services. And at the end of the day, I speak for myself, and I'm sure I speak for a number of people in the chamber, were it not for the education system, people cannot move forward unless you're born into an extremely rich family or a well-off family. They can send your kids to the Pucker schools in Monmouth or Hereford or wherever. Then most people have to use local authority, state-maintained schools. And we do have a good record on that front. So let's be over depressive today. So I commend this budget, and I'm certainly hoping and praying that it will be passed this afternoon and it'll reflect the hard work that Ben Callard as Cabinet Member has done. Diolch yn fawr.
Thank you, Councillor Thomas. Again, I'm looking for any hands. I don't see any. I can see Councillor Brocklesby waving at me. Are you waiting to speak? Yes? Right. Okay, over to you.
Thank you, Chair. Often when I'm in the chamber, I don't recognise the council that is being described by other members in the chamber. And I particularly didn't recognise the council as described by Councillor John as being in financial or very near to financial crisis, heavily dependent on grants and unable to think about sustainability or think in any strategic way about our financial management. If I come to the grants, because I would like to put that to bed. It comes up almost every council. Back in 21-22, we received £65 million of specific grants. Last year, we received £62 million. Our dependency on grants has actually gone down. And one of the reasons it has gone down since we took over the administration is because collectively, with our colleagues in the Welsh Local Government Association, but also individually, we have lobbied hard as politicians, but also officers, to stop a nationwide occurrence of having to use grants to support what we want to do. And that lobbying is paying off because what was previously grant money is now going into the RSG, i.e. our core funding. And we will continue to lobby hard on all sections of the Welsh Government, whatever its flavour, so that the core budget reflects the priorities of local councils, ourselves included, across Wales. But let's make no mistake about it. Under this administration, we have been less dependent on grants to fulfil our core priorities, not more. Secondly, we'd all want to have more money. I totally agree with you, Councillor Howarth. After well over a decade, 14 years of austerity, of constant cuts to local authority, and the pressures that we of local authorities have been under, we do want increases. We haven't always been at the bottom of the pile, although I am the first to object when we are, in whatever forum we're in. I'll recall with some amusement in the first year when we received our settlement, I believe we were right at the top with a 9%. I may be wrong, it may be 11%, and people thought it was directly to do with me, if only. This year, with a 4.4% increase, we were not at the bottom. We were significantly above it. And part of the reason is the algorithm that is used in order to determine the allocations that are given. And those allocations do include within the criteria sparsity, Councillor Howarth. So they are taking in account the difficulties of reaching populations in rural areas. Some of the councils that you mentioned, like the County and Borough of Swansea, has significant rural populations within their borough. It's not just a city. It also takes into account levels of deprivation and so forth. And in some ways, that makes us more progressive than previous ways of ascertaining allocations of core budgets within England. And they are now catching up with us under the present UK government. But I'd like to return to the one thing that unites us in this council, and that is our commitment for doing our best for Monmouthshire and its people. That's our families, our communities, and the staff who serve them every single day. And it is for them that this budget has been shaped. Every decision that we have been made, every pound we invest, must make life better, fairer, and safer for the people who call this county home. And it takes a whole county, a whole council to make a budget. And in that in mind, I want to thank Councillor Callig, I want to thank Cabinet colleagues, the staff, and you, the members, who through scrutiny have worked hard, so hard to bring this final budget before you. And this year, as Councillor Cullen has said very clearly, our focus has been simple, but it's been very powerful. It's to protect our people by strengthening the services they depend on. And Councillor Wright and Councillor Birch and Councillor Maybe have outlined what that means under their specific portfolios. Councillor Callard laid out just how we are increasing funding so that it will make the most meaningful difference to people's lives. And I'll remind you what he said. More support for social care and health. Just as Councillor Chandler said, it's rising by 5.5% because older residents, carers and people with complex needs deserve dignity and support. A 4.6% increase in education because every child deserves the chance to thrive. Significant investment in community wellbeing and infrastructure, as outlined by Councillor Maybe, because strong communities start with safe streets, accessible facilities and reliable local services. And investing in people means listening to them and acting on what we hear. And that's precisely what we did through the process that went on this year and every year. And I would remind Councillor John that year on year, more people have engaged with us and we have engaged with more people than was ever the case in the previous 10 years, apart from that moment when the council thought they would cut that most valuable of assets, the post office in Usk. What residents told us when we met them, that our schools need more support. So for the second year running, as you were told by Councillor Wright, we invested directly into school budgets. They told us to strengthen our support for vulnerable children and those with additional learning needs. That's exactly what we're doing. They told us organisations like Citizen Advice Monmouthshire are a lifeline, and so we were increasing their funding above inflation. And while buildings, libraries and leisure centres matter, What matters most is the people who use them. That's why every single community service will remain open next year, because residents rely on them for connection, well-being, learning and support. And we're taking real action to keep our neighbourhoods safe, resilient and attractive. You've heard it. You'll have heard it through your postbox. We heard it in the community hubs. I hear it regularly when I'm on the streets talking to my residents. They want clean streets, safer routes to schools and communities protected from flooding. And that's why we're delivering new gully cleaning and street sweeping schemes. And we do look at different context, rural and urban. We do look. Sometimes you get it wrong. No council is perfect, but we do look at in ways in which our rural communities and different types of communities, whether they're on hills, on the flat, near rivers, that they get the right support at the right time. And when residents tell us something isn't good enough, we act. They've been clear that the condition of our roads must improve faster. So, as Councillor Maybe said, we thought about it, not just to throw money in willy-nilly.
One minute, Councillor. 1 minute.
We thought really carefully about how to do this. This is more than a budget, councillors. It's a statement of value. It's a statement of belief that people matter, that communities thrive when we invest in them, and that Monmouthshire deserves a future built on fairness, resilience and opportunity. And I'm asking you to support this budget because together we will protect what residents value most and build a much stronger county for everyone. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor. I have Councillor Taylor.
Thank you, Chair. And I don't think I plan to speak for very long, but what I can promise is that I'm not going to make a party political broadcast in any way, shape or form. But I just have a couple of points that I think I want to make about why some of this budget is a real concern. And as Councillor Calla did set out, a budget is only it's a building block. It's part of the reflection of direction of travel. It's not the be all and end all, but it is clearly a very important decision for this council. And I have great empathy actually with some of the things that colleagues have said within the administration, because they did inherit difficult financial circumstances. And actually, is it really a product of any given administration that we're in the position that we're in? It's a product probably of very poor decisions over decades and decades from administrations of all colours, I would imagine, as if we looked into it. So actually, I think that's the disappointing thing, and that's the thing that residents tell me all the time. They don't actually care who's making the decisions. They just want the decisions to be the right decisions. I think that, I don't want to talk at cross purposes with the leader, but when we talk about grant funding, what I see in this budget is whilst, of course, there is grant funding, there has been grant funding since time immemorial. However, what it seems to me when I look through this sheet is that many of the areas where the council has managed to incur a surplus are due to grant funding, rather than specifically due to the financial management or measures put in place by this council. And that is what strikes me when I go through almost every service area, not all, but many of them, some of the very important ones. And I think that's an important point, and that is a concern for the future, because whether there have been good or bad decisions made by this administration in the past few years in respect of, for example, when inflation was running at over 10%, and the decisions made about the budget then, it has a knock-on effect every year. And the thing about reserves is, when it's gone, it's gone. And I think that is something to hold on to. And you're right, Councillor Callard, I always ask a question about reserves. And I note with interest that it says, I put 3.3, that £800,000 of any confirmed underspend realised at year end will be required to maintain the council fund reserve at a level of 5% of the proposed net revenue budget. So we are counting in some ways on there being a surplus to be able to do that. And that is a concern, because I've always asked the question, what is the long-term plan to rebuild some resilience into this council and its budget? But the thing I just want to make a point of is in the cumulative impact assessment, and we talked about social care, and as always, social care is one of the areas of the budget that I try to scrutinise in some detail and always causes me concern. The language always causes me concern. Cost avoidance. And I absolutely agree that where there are costs or services that can be delivered differently and can be delivered more with more financial resilience, that is of course something we need to pursue. But what isn't shown here is, what does that cost avoidance, or what does our strategy look like for the people in receipt of those services? I have seen some very, very concerning impacts of what we call practice change. I have seen people who are actually at end of life, who are in receipt of reablement services, because to a certain extent it'll avoid a package of care which undoubtedly will be more costly. And that is a concern to me, because that is not, and I hate the term, right-sizing care. That is, to me, it feels like cost avoidance. But moreover, it's the cost in quality of life to those individuals. And that is what concerns me and lies underneath it. But I don't see that reflected in the cumulative impact assessment. And I think it should be, because I think we need to understand how we mitigate those changes. If we are making those changes, we need to understand how we're going to mitigate them. And my final point is about scrutiny. This year, for the first time, we did not see scrutiny of each element of the budget in the relevant select committee. We saw it at performance and overview scrutiny, which meant that sorry if I've got the wrong term there, someone muttered. But it meant that people had to go there rather than it being part of the scrutiny that they were generally involved in. And my question is that the best way of us scrutinising the budget? It's just simply a comment, but it did cause me concern, and I fed that back, that maybe that isn't best to get granular appreciation amongst members of all the detail in the budget. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor. Right.
Point of order, please, Chair.
Point of order. Yes, Councillor. Which
point of order under 27.27.4. I would like a recorded vote, please.
Yes, I don't really need people to stand up. I see a couple of councillors ready to do so, but just for sake of argument, we do so. Then I could see Councillor Powell wanted to speak. So if we're going to have a recorded vote, I think we need nine to stand up and show, or to show by show of hands. There we go. Yeah, that's fine. We'll have a recorded vote. Councillor Powell, are you okay?
Yes, thank you.
Yep.
I've listened all this afternoon, and one thing keeps coming across, and it's good that it does, how much is used to look after old people. Well, it is a good thing, and I'm glad it is. And because Monmouthshire is such a wonderful place to live, we do have an extra number because people come here to retire. But I would also like to say there are a good many people of my age who are not only not receiving help, but who are actually helping to give that help. So I don't like us all to be written off as on the shelf and having to be looked after, because there are an awful lot of people in my age group who are actually giving the help, and many of them voluntary. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. I would say that anybody who tries to write off Councillor Powell does so at their peril, I would say. Thank you. I think that might be a nice way to finish the discussion, unless there's anybody else. I hear nobody. Right, can we have Councillor Callard then to respond?
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, councillors, for the debate. I thought it was good. I think many of the topics that arose were picked up by my colleagues across across their own cabinet portfolios. But there's a couple that I'll just pick up if that's okay. Thank you, Councillor John, for acknowledging the thoroughness of our consultation this year. Sorry? Sorry, interruption. I enjoyed meeting residents both online, in person, and from various interest groups. I think that time we spend is always time well spent. Although I think we all know as councillors that actually when we are in our communities on the doors all the time, this is not a process that's condensed into just a few weeks of the year. It's something that we do all year round. So yeah, it's very important. You mentioned about King Henry and about funding to our schools. Now I know there's an urgent question later where Councillor Wright will cover that. But I just wanted to mention that you're clearly concerned about schools' budgets. And you can support them by voting for this budget, because this budget we're proposing an additional £1 million on top of pay, pension and inflationary pressures towards our schools. So I hope those concerns will empower you to vote for this budget. Councillor Howarth, you made some comments about highways, about the fact that we need more capital spending in highways. I think we're all aligned on that. I'm really pleased to say that this budget has got nearly £10 million of capital expenditure in total for highways. And I'd just make the observation that in the previous administration to this administration, on average, it's increased by 90%. That's nearly double, and that will have a real impact on our roads. And that's in parallel with the revenue budget having increased by 54% over the same period in time. So really, it's a topic we take very seriously, and it's a topic that we're tackling from both capital and from revenue sides. You mentioned about the size of vehicles in some of our rural lanes. It's not just a problem we have with, some of the plant that we use across gullies. We have the same with waste collections as well, where we utilise some smaller vehicles in order to get down some of those narrower lanes. It's something that we can definitely take away and consider. But I'm pleased that you appreciate the investment that this budget brings towards gully cleaning and street sweeping. I hope because of that we can count on your vote for this budget. You mentioned about Chain Bridge investment as well. You talked about 3.5 million. The total cost is actually 5 million. It's being met in part, I think 50% by Welsh Government grant, and it's over 2 years. So it's £2.5 million a year, of which 50% is met by Welsh Government grant. And we hope that work sticks to its timetable. Councillor Taylor, you mentioned about grant funding and its impact on our budget. You talked about impact on its in-year budget and about how often we get surpluses in some directorates because of grant funding coming in and topping up those balances. Often that's unexpected but welcome, if you will. I won't look a gift horse in the mouth, but I think we also need to take that kind of the other side of that coin, because in this budget we have seen grant funding reduced for a number of schemes within social care, the Inspire scheme, which supports young people not in education, employment and training, and as part of this budget we're actually investing so those schemes where grant funding has been withdrawn, so we can keep those schemes going, because we know how valuable they are to the people that use those services. We also talked about reablement and changes in that, and your concerns around some of the social care that the council provides. I'm really pleased to say in this budget that we are not making any negative changes to the way we deliver social care. So we're not expecting any negative impact on the users of the social care provided by the council. And of course, a lot of that has been due to the work that Councillor Chandler has done, along with the officers in the Health and Social Care Directorate, with reablement, with care in the community, and I think that ties in really nicely with what Councillor Powell was saying about care is a community activity, and I'm sure we all care for people in our families and people which we know, and actually how that builds really resilient communities and how important that is. I don't have a lot more than that to add, Chair, so I'd just say again that I believe this budget is a really strong budget. I believe it answers many of the frustrations that our residents currently have with this council in terms of, specifically investment within highways, trying to get away from coalfield potholing, or get more longer term solutions in, funding for social care, funding for education. I'm really proud to bring it to council today, and I'd like to thank all the officers and cabinet members who helped to bring it together. Thank you, Chair.
Right, thank you, Councillor. So we move straight to the recorded vote now. Yep.
Okay. Thank you, Chair. We'll start. Councillor Bond.
Thank you for the proposals.
Councillor Brocklesby.
For.
Councillor Bromfield.
Against.
Councillor Brown.
Against.
Councillor Bryn.
Abstain.
Councillor Buckler.
Against.
Councillor Birch.
Very much for.
Councillor Butler.
Against.
Councillor Callard.
For.
Councillor Chandler.
For.
Councillor Crook.
For.
Councillor Davis.
Against.
Councillor Dimmock.
Against.
Councillor Eason.
For.
Councillor Edwards.
Against.
Councillor Garrett.
For.
Councillor Garrick. Councillor Rachel Garrick.
For.
Councillor Griffiths.
For.
Councillor Grocott.
For.
Councillor Howarth.
Against.
Councillor Howells.
For.
Councillor John.
Against.
Councillor David Jones.
Against.
Councillor Penny Jones.
Against.
Councillor Keir.
Against.
Councillor Lane.
Against.
Councillor Lucas.
Against.
Councillor Maybe.
For.
Councillor McConnell.
For.
Councillor McKenna.
Against.
Councillor Murphy.
Against.
Councillor Neal.
Against.
Councillor Newell.
Against.
Councillor Pavia.
Against.
Councillor Powell.
Against.
Councillor Riley is not here. Councillor Rook.
For.
Councillor Sandals.
For.
Councillor Stevens.
For.
Councillor Jackie Strong.
For.
Councillor Peter Strong.
For.
Councillor Taylor.
Against.
Councillor Thomas.
For.
Councillor Watts.
For.
Councillor Webb.
Against.
Councillor Wright.
For.
Thank you.
Right, the result of the recorded votes is 22 votes in favour of the report, 22 against and 1 abstention. That requires me to use my casting vote, and I will use that in favour. So that is endorsed, that vote is passed. Thank you. Right, it's now 5-4. Because you've been very good, we'll give you 20 minutes, okay? back here at 4:15. Thank you. Right, councillors, if you can take your seats, please. Councillor Brockerby, I would expect you always to be on time, just as you are today, of course. Yeah. I think we're all settled, so we will move on to item 5.3, capital strategy and 2026-27 capital strategy and treasury management strategy. Again, this was discussed in quite some detail by Governance and Audit last week. So once again, your spot, Councillor Callard.
Thank you, Chair. The updated 2026-2027 capital strategy sets out how the Council plans, prioritises and funds capital investment and how we manage the associated risks over the medium term. I won't go into the technical detail, but I will focus on what has changed since last year and what members should take from the strategy. The overall approach remains stable and prudent. The principles we've been working to continue to hold up well, and that is reflected within the capital programme that supports the budget that has been presented to Council today. The main change is the scale and profile of the capital programme. Last year included a peak driven by major school investment. As those schemes complete, the 4-year programme reduces from around 66.8 million to 55.9 million, with 18.5 million in 2026-2027. And a declining profile thereafter. This represents a return to a more steady state level of capital investment rather than a reduction in any ambition. As a result, the Council's immediate borrowing requirement reduces. Debt financed capital expenditure falls from around 22 million last year to 10.8 million in 2026-2027, easing short-term pressure on borrowing costs and the revenue budget. However, members should be clear that this does not mean capital pressures have gone away. The strategy is explicit that significant infrastructure and asset pressures remain, particularly in relation to property, highways and operational assets. Many of these are not yet developed into schemes, and any future proposals will come back to members through normal governance with full business cases and options appraisals. The strategy also recognises ongoing uncertainty around capital grant funding, which is often short-term and carries restrictions. The emphasis is therefore on ensuring emerging schemes are affordable, deliverable and aligned with asset strategies, even if funding assumptions change. Overall, the capital strategy is balanced and transparent. It reflects what is currently approved, while being clear about future pressures and how they would be managed through member decision making. Turning to the 2026-2027 Treasury Management Strategy, this continues our established low-risk approach. There is no change in direction, but there are changes in assumptions that matter for our planning. Interest rate assumptions are slightly lower than last year, reflecting expectations that rates will ease modestly. At the same time, lower investment returns are assumed. This reinforces an important point. The Council does not rely on Treasury income to support the revenue budget, and borrowing remains structurally more expensive than investing. The strategy continues to rely on prioritising using internal resources before borrowing as a core approach. This helps manage costs in the short term while maintaining flexibility. The liability benchmark shows when external borrowing will become unavoidable based on currently approved capital plans. That position could change if further capital priorities are brought forward for member decision. Because the capital programme is smaller and internal resources continue to be used, the need for significant new borrowing is pushed further into the medium term without increasing long-term risk. Members will also see reference to Welsh Government's temporary flexibility around minimum revenue provision for 2026-2027. While this flexibility exists, the strategy is clear that any use would be temporary, require full Council approval and be unwound in future years. Given the balanced budget position, the Council is not currently planning to make use of this flexibility. On investments, the strategy continues to de-risk. Security and liquidity remain the priority. There is no borrowing for yield, and exposure to commercial investment has reduced further. Members will also see reference to environmental, social and governance considerations within the strategy. These are applied in a proportionate and pragmatic way as part of the Council's overall approach to risk and long-term sustainability. In Treasury management, this means taking ESG factors into account when selecting counterparties and investment funds while maintaining our core priorities of security, liquidity and affordability. Overall, the Treasury management strategy supports the capital strategy by prioritising affordability, risk management and long-term sustainability. These strategies have been considered in detail by the Governance and Audit Committee. The committee noted that both the capital strategy and the Treasury management strategy remain largely unchanged, with the main difference being the assumptions that they are based upon. The committee was satisfied that the Treasury management strategy remains suitably prudent. In particular, it supported the fact that the Council is not overly relying on Treasury or commercial income to support the revenue budget, continues to prioritise internal borrowing and manages risk through the liability benchmark and a diverse borrowing approach. Members also supported the decision not to make use of the Welsh Government's temporary minimum revenue provision flexibility, reinforcing the cautious approach set out in the strategy. More broadly, discussion covered asset management, investment risk and ethical considerations. The committee recognised that capital receipts are difficult to forecast and should not drive strategy, and noted the continued reduction in exposure to commercial income alongside the application of ESG principles where practicable. Overall, the committee provided assurance that the strategies are robust, prudent and appropriate for recommendation to Council, and I therefore commend the strategies to Council today for approval alongside the budget.
Thank you, Councillor. I take comments and questions from the floor. No? Okay. Oh, sorry, Councillor Howard.
My fault.
Chair.
Sorry, Chair.
Okay, I'll take Councillor Harris and then Councillor Easton, if that's okay with you, Councillor Easton. Yeah.
Yeah, no problem.
Yeah, thank you.
Thanks, Tony. Chair, I know we have the capital programme there, and I know Gilwyn Viaduct has been on that capital programme for many, many years. I'm hearing now that the Gilwyn Viaduct, possibly we have major flaws there. Could the Cabinet member reassure us and the Finance Cabinet member that whatever it takes for Gilwyn Viaduct, whether it's 15, 20 million pound, which are the rumours, would he assure us that it'll stay on the capital programme and stay at the top of the capital programme, reference to this year's financial settlement on capital? And would he possibly be looking now at sorry, Chair, I forgot the word. Would he be looking now at probably exploring the avenue of a grant funding from the Welsh Government, exactly the same as the Chainbridge? Get the ball rolling now while it's hot. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. And Councillor Easton then, thank you for your patience.
Okay, thank you, Chair. Thank you, members. I refer you all to page 17 of the accompanying report regarding our commercial investments. I was given some relative assurance by officers in the last audit committee meeting, but I think you've got to be aware and maybe get the same reassurance today. The two areas of concern, or two areas which are there, Castlebig Business Park and Newport Leisure Park, they're both giving modest returns, but Newport Leisure Park is suffering a commercial investment loss of commercial investment value. I would like the Cabinet member to give some reassurance to Council that I did receive really from officers that they're keeping an eye on this particular loss, which the value have gone down by 3 million. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. And any more questions or comments? No? Right, Councillor Callard to reply.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for the question, Councillor Howarth. We know that there is a particular capital pressure with regards to the Gilwyn Viaduct, which, as you know, recently went down to a lower weight restriction and a single lane. It's it's in our medium-term thinking for the capital strategy, but so far we don't have any funding identified for it. We know we have a number of other really significant capital pressures emerging throughout Monmouthshire, which we're monitoring at the moment, and of course we'll continue to explore and push for, you know, any external funding we can get to remedy the condition of Gilwyn Viaduct. So thank you for the question. Councillor Eason, you're right, we do continually monitor our investment profile across, across our assets, those including Castlegate and Newport Leisure Park. We'll be providing an update, I believe, shortly to scrutiny on the performance of those assets, but you're right to say that we do monitor them closely to make sure we're getting best value for money. Thank you.
Right, thank you. We'll move to a proper vote on this. There are 3 sections to the recommendations. We'll take them all as one, but I will read them to you so you know exactly what we're voting on. So the recommendations are that Council approves the capital strategy for 26-27 as found in Appendix 1. Secondly, that Council approves the Treasury Management Strategy for 26-27 as found in Appendix 2, including the 26-27 Minimum Revenue Provision Policy Statement and the 26-27 Investment and Borrowing Strategies. And then that the Council agrees that the Governance and Audit Committee should continue to review the Council's Treasury activities for 26-27 on behalf of the Council by receiving and considering quarterly Treasury update reports and a year-end report. So if you could vote on that, please.
Point of order, please, Chair.
Yes, Councillor John.
Under 27.27.4, I'd like a recorded vote.
A recorded vote again. Okay, can we have 9? 9? Yeah. Yep, got 9. Yeah. Okay, we'll have a recorded vote.
Okay, Councillor Bond.
For the recommendations.
Councillor Brocklesby.
4.
Councillor Bromfield.
Against.
Pardon? Can you say that again?
Sorry, against.
Thank you. Councillor Brown.
Against.
Councillor Bryn.
4.
Councillor Buckler.
Against.
Councillor Birch.
4.
Councillor Butler.
Against.
Councillor Callard.
4.
Councillor Chandler.
4.
Councillor Crook.
4.
Councillor Davis.
Against.
Councillor Dimmock.
Against.
You want to call me back in literally 5 minutes?
Councillor Eason.
There's background noise here. You calling me?
Yes, please. Councillor Eason.
For the report.
Thank you. Councillor Edwards.
Against.
Councillor Garrett.
4.
Councillor Garrick.
4.
Councillor Griffiths. Councillor Grocott.
4.
Councillor Howarth.
Against.
Councillor Howells.
4.
Councillor John.
Against.
Councillor David Jones.
4.
Councillor Penny Jones.
Against.
Councillor Keir.
Against.
Councillor Lane.
Against.
Councillor Lucas.
Against.
Councillor Maybe.
4.
Councillor McConnell.
4.
Councillor McKenna.
Against.
Councillor Murphy.
Against.
Councillor Neal.
Against.
Councillor Newell.
Against.
Councillor Pavia.
Against.
Councillor Powell.
Against.
Councillor Rook.
4.
Councillor Sandals.
4.
Councillor Stevens.
4.
Councillor Jackie Strong.
4.
Councillor Peter Strong.
4.
Councillor Taylor.
4.
Councillor Thomas.
4.
Councillor Watts.
4.
Councillor Webb. Councillor Wright.
4.
Thank you.
Just while that's being added up, somebody, I've only got seat numbers here. Oh, seat 1 had just switched their microphone off. I don't know who that was. There's someone.
Yeah. Is it?
Right, the result of the recorded vote on item 5.3 is that there are 25 votes in favour of accepting the report and 20 against. So that's passed. Thank you. Back to you. Right, so we now move on then, please, to item 6.1, a motion from Councillor Taylor.
Thank you, Chair. Please, can you help me? Are we supposed to read them out, or do we just take them as read? I can't recall now what we agreed, because obviously...
I would think you could take the motion as read. I'm assuming... Is that me, or is that somebody else? Right. I'm assuming that that everybody has read the order papers. Yep, thank you.
Of course, yeah, for the public, Chair. Somebody got feedback? Okay, thank you. Chair, do you want to second?
Voice is off. If we can just check that our microphones are off in the chamber and at home. You're right, Councillor Howarth.
Yeah, can I just second Councillor Taylor's motion? I think we need to...
Oh, my apologies. I should have asked for a seconder. Yes, thank you for that.
Today,
yeah, I'll ask you if you want to speak once Councillor Taylor is finished.
Colleagues, I have quite lost count how many motions I've brought on the topic of Magor with Undy walkway station, and I make no apologies for it. As a member of the Magor Action Group on Rail, or Magor Group as we know it, I was absolutely delighted to learn, though sadly none of the Magor Group were advised of any of the embargoed communications, and instead we learned from journalists seeking our reaction to the news. Indeed, we are very grateful to Tum, who sat at the back, and Mike Griffiths for actually reporting on this matter consistently over many years. Naturally, that's not me. Naturally, is that you? Shall I try again, Chair? Okay. Naturally, we were over the moon to finally have confirmation that Magor and Undy walkway station will be built first, prior to any of the other mainline stations, and for the confirmation that construction is planned to start in 2029. Despite many setbacks and no's, the Magor Group have shown unwavering effort, passion, and real persistence in campaigning for this station, for our community, against all the odds. Let's make no bones, there would not be any discussion of Magor Station if it weren't for the Magor Group. This is a genuine David and Goliath story. Indeed, I use the term because when I first met Ted Hand and Phil Inskip in the Golden Lion pub in Magor, Phil said, "This is a David and Goliath battle. You only have one shot and one chance to land that shot right." When the group started in 2012-13, reactions varied, though mostly they were, "Don't be so ridiculous. You're really flying a kite here." As time went on and people took the time to listen to the rationale and the concept, they slowly started to listen, and thanks to the hard work of the group, they built, and their sincerity and credibility, Ted, Phil, Lawrence, Paul and Julie and Peter gained the support of this council and cross-party support at all levels of government. While it is very, very good news that the government is backing the Burns 5 new stations and associated additional rail services, it's important to note that the relief line upgrade is necessary for 4 of those 5 stations. The relief line upgrade is not necessary for Magor to be constructed, as per the Magor Group's original proposal. Our concern remains that should there be any issue with delivering the relief line upgrade, that there is no fallback plan. The Magor Group wish to reiterate their desire to remain with the original Magor Group proposals as an option for the design and layout of the station. The reason is very simple. It would allow construction of the station to begin almost imminently and not wait another 3 years until 2029 before actually starting the on-site construction. Let's not forget that Magor Station has already been through many of the GRIP or Governance in Rail Industry project stages that will be required for the other stations along the main line. The others have not. I won't go into technical detail. I shall leave that to the brilliant fill-in skip. However, unlike the other stations, there is no requirement for track changes or for signalling alterations. The access for proposal for Magor is very simply to upgrade existing access points, to obviously provide improved lighting, station CCTV security, modified access slopes, etc. But critically, this is also extremely cost effective. And whilst it's great to have the announcement about potential funding, there still isn't the detail about exactly when and how that funding will come. The TfW, Transport for Wales, proposed station designs involves both track slews and alterations to overhead stanchions, etc., etc. However, to quote Paul Matthews, and he won't thank me for this, but at a Magor Action Group on Rail event back in 2018, that seems like a long time ago now, doesn't it? When he shared a platform with the then Future Generations Commissioner and others, he said, "I often see in Wales the temptation of councils and other public service organisations to dominate the conversation and to squeeze out innovative creativity. And what do you get as a result of that? Pretty standard average rubbish, actually." So colleagues, I'm asking you to support the Magor Group to get on and deliver their vision and to lobby Transport for Wales and Network Rail not to rule out using their initial concepts and not to continue with the one-size-fits-all approach, the quite frankly pretty standard average rubbish that might be fine along the A4042 and the other 4 stations, but maybe doesn't fit in Magor. We have been also asking officers to consider the planning and development of proposals to manage parking and traffic since well before the pandemic. We know that this work has begun, but it has not been sufficiently developed, and we would like to bring forward that as a matter of urgency to support the station's long-term success and ensure Magor with Undy retains its unique character and sense of place. At some point, when the station has been built, the group will do this themselves. But in the meantime, we do absolutely thank all those who have offered support and encouragement, particularly when the light at the end of the tunnel, pun intended, seemed to be extremely dim. We thank officers of this council, many of them who aren't still officers anymore. They've retired or moved on. But particular thanks must go to Christian Schmidt. We also thank key voices in this long journey. Voices like Peter Fox, Jessica Morden, and more recently, Catherine Fuchs, Councillor Griffiths and Councillor Maybe. We know that all of those voices have contributed to bringing the station forward. Finally, I would respectfully request that should the motion pass, any lobbying is done post-Senedd elections because we think that will be the most fruitful time to do it. However, I did not want to wait, given that the news is recent and also that we will face a pre-election period fairly shortly. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Howard, do you want to speak now or reserve your right?
Just quick session, Chair. First of all, may I thank Councillor Taylor, as we all know, has been a massive advocate in taking Magor Station with the group forward. 2012 doesn't seem 5 minutes ago. I know she's bent our ears here, but I've had my ears double bent sitting in a room sometimes. So I thank Councillor Magor, and as you know, Councillor Magor will not let this rest until actually the first machine rolls on site and the first diggers there to start making Magor Station one of our hubs within Monmouthshire, which is brilliant. I thank the group. The group has worked tirelessly. All I could say to the group is your work isn't done yet, making sure that TFW deliver what you want and not a basic package. So hopefully that will fruition. But I think Councillor Magor's after support from this council to actually just continue the work that everybody's doing, officers, chief execs, everybody, in trying to get this over the line. It's not over yet, it's 90%, but that 10% is possibly the hardest bit to do. We may have a change of administration in Cardiff, who knows? That may make it easier or it may make it harder. I wait with bated breath, but I'm sure, hopefully, we'll get this over the line. Thank you, Chair.
Well, you stopped suddenly there, Councillor Howard. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Chair.
Right, thank you. And Councillor Dimmock.
Thank you, Chair. And I'd like to support Councillor Taylor's motion for Magor and Undy Walkway Station. It really is a community-led victory, more than a decade in the making. And Councillor Taylor is definitely right to call on this council to congratulate the Magor Action Group on Rail for the confirmation of Magor and Undy Walkway Station to be included in the UK government announcement. It's been a passion and persistence from local residents like Paul Turner, Ted Hand, Lawrence Hando, Julie and Peter Wilson, Phil Inskett, and of course, Councillor Taylor, along with some of the MCC officers who believe that Magor and Undy deserved a better rail connectivity, and they refused to give up that until the belief become a reality. Magor has demonstrated what determined and organised community-driven campaigning can achieve. They engaged many residents, worked constructively with partners and presented evidence, and kept the vision of the walkway station alive through changing and challenging circumstances. Many organisations talk about community empowerment, but Magor has truly lived it. It is therefore only right that the council formally recognises their achievement. However, the next steps, the motion calls on the council to lobby Transport for Wales and Network Rail to ensure the station is formally named Magor and Undy Walkway Station, a name that both reflects the identity of the community and the unique nature of the walkway concept. The motion also urges the construction begins as soon as possible, in line with the original Magor proposals. These proposals were developed with care and, importantly, with the local knowledge and a clear understanding of how the station can best serve its residents, businesses and visitors, and of course doesn't rely on the relief line and requires limited infrastructure changes. But there seems to need to be more clarity with regards to the funding position. It is not yet confirmed, and this remains an understandable concern for many. And what the headline figures mean in practice. A figure of 14 billion has been widely announced, yet what's actually been confirmed so far is around 445 million in funding through the most recent spending review.
Transport for Wales has published a vision document outlining long-term ambitions. This document contains two distinct elements. The first includes 43 schemes representing around 4.4 billion of projects identified by Transport for Wales. The second outlines further potential schemes which could be developed with additional investment, with figures suggesting ambitions up to 10 billion. However, when asked, Welsh Government officials have stated they are endorsing Transport for Wales vision, but the calculations behind these figures were produced by Transport for Wales themselves. And as a result, the numbers appear inconsistent, and there's still uncertainty about these ambitions translating into deliverable funding. Before these aspirations fade into the background, we must press the case for Magor and Undy walkway station, and perhaps the leader can take an opportunity to raise these discrepancies with both UK government and Welsh government, and the commitments behind them are fully clarified. But to end on a positive, the motion is about celebration. It's also about the stewardship, and it honours the past 14 years of community effort, and it sets out the practical steps needed to turn a confirmed project into a successful and well-integrated community-centred reality. Well done, Magor Action Group on Rail. We are immensely proud of what you've achieved to date. So thank you, Chair, and thank you, Francis.
Thank you, Councillor. I have Councillor Maybe.
Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Taylor, for bringing this motion. We were, of course, delighted as well to hear the announcement by government of the funding for the South East Wales stations, and the priority being given to Magor and Undy walkway station. Is really exciting to see this edge closer to becoming a reality. I think we all dream of the day we can step on a train at Magor, but I do agree with you, Councillor Dimmock, that we've got to watch those numbers and keep pushing. It doesn't quite look like enough yet, does it? So I'm on it, and I'll keep on it. So this council has been persistent, I would have to say, in its support for this initiative over many years. And in our appreciation of the work of the local campaign group, it's taken some serious persistence that. I would like to add to my praise for the local group also offering my thanks to other local councillors as well. Councillor Daly, you've been brilliant, but also Councillor Crook and Sandals for their consistent support for the station. And I'm glad you mentioned the officers. I'm always nervous about naming people in case you forget somebody. But Christian Schmidt has certainly been a stalwart, as so has Deborah Howells, and before that, Francis O'Brien. And really, it's been a question of taking every single opportunity, working tirelessly towards this result. And to make sure also, we made sure that it was specifically highlighted in our local plans and subsequently the regional transport plan. You just can't let an opportunity to go by. You have to keep at it. I'd also like to thank the leader and deputy leader who've both added their weight and influence in promoting the station at every opportunity, with officials and politicians at UK and Welsh Government levels, as well as with TfW and Network Rail. The most recent letter I myself have sent was in February to Lord Hendy, just saying, OK, what next? We haven't heard anything for a bit. And I must admit, I didn't know in advance about the announcement for Westminster, apart from when we got the embargoed information, so it wasn't a question of keeping anything secret. We also, I do think, have to thank the Burns Delivery Group, in particular Simon Gibson, who's been really supportive of this throughout, and our MP for championing the issue since she was elected. Absolutely, there's always been cross-party support in this council, and I hope will continue to be. But there was a notable step change in momentum towards delivery after the last general election, so thank you, Catherine Fuchs. I do support this motion and the recommendation for the name, which reflects our commitment to active and inclusive travel and the uniqueness of the concept. As regards the local traffic plans, which is the other thing in the motion, we did actually start. There's one of the things I did right at the beginning of my role in this administration. We started working on those in 22-23, reviewing ways in which to manage parking within Magor itself so that we don't end up with more on-street parking as a result. We will need to return to it. We did have to put it on hold because we do need to get more detail on the designs of the station to do the next stage of it. So it hasn't been sort of forgotten. It was literally put on hold for the next step. So we'll reopen those files and be ready to do the next bit on that. Finally, I just wanted to say, to remind Council that we need to see our railway stations as part of an integrated transport system going forwards. In respect to Sevenside, we are continuing to work to improve the active travel links as well, and the bus network, and indeed the road links, such as the M48 link to Seven Tunnel Junction. The success of the system in making transportation more sustainable, affordable, reliable and attractive consumers does depend on all pieces of the jigsaw fitting together. So while you have to fight for that one unique thing, you do need to fight for all of the things that link up to it as well. And we continue to keep our stakeholders informed through the Transport Forum. I just wanted to mention that, which is also attended by nominated members of each of the political groups here, as well as the Magor group and other external bodies interested in transport. Other people are welcome to join the Transport Forum. So do please come to that if you see something interesting on the agenda. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Yeah, I do recommend the Monmouthshire Transport Forum. It can be a very useful, informative meeting. Councillor Griffiths, please.
Thanks very much, Chair. And I look forward to voting for this motion. It's an important motion. And I think the recognition of the vision and determination of the community and the people in Magor in achieving this is something that I'm delighted to vote for. My contribution will be to argue that this achievement would not have been achieved in isolation. It is being achieved because of the extraordinary vision of Wales and Welsh Government for its rail system. We're about to see the completion of the extraordinary Core Valley network. 15-minute train services for the best part of 1 million people to the Rhondda, to Aberdare, to Merthyr, to Rumney, to Caerphilly. Extraordinary. It is on the basis of that looking eastwards, we have been able to argue that an equivalent vision and metro needs to be developed that links Cardiff, Newport, Magor, Caldicot, Chepstow, Lydney, links those communities with Newport and Cardiff, links them with Bristol, with Gloucester. And we make sense of the Magor walkway because we have that vision of a whole network stretching through southeast Wales. That's how it is being achieved. Only then will it be fully achieved. It'll require a lot more. The vision needs to be continually redeveloped and presented. We need 15-minute trains going through Magor to make sense of it. That will need investment in Cheltenham. These things are all linked. We need Seven Tunnel Junction to be a real rail hub, properly linked to the motorway network, a South Wales Parkway, so that people in Magor can have a short train journey, Seven Tunnel Junction, and get their trains to London or wherever they're going. That vision needs to be there to make a success of that. That vision, I think we owe some gratitude to Welsh Government, and in particular to the then First Minister, Mark Drakeford, who took the brave step of not investing millions in an attempted road solution with the so-called M4 relief road, and instead directing money into public transport sustainable solutions. And there lies the risk, because there are politicians lining up at the next Senate election from a whole variety of parties to undo that vision and to redirect the investment back into mile upon mile of 6-lane motorways around South Wales. If that happens, we will be putting at risk the specific achievement of the Magor walkway, but at risk also that whole vision of a metro across southeast Wales. The stakes are high.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Sandoz, please.
Diolch, Gadeirydd.
Thanks to Councillor Taylor for this motion, which as a local member, obviously I support. I recognise the tireless work done by present and past elected members. I'd like to use this opportunity to take a moment to thank everyone who's played a part in bringing the Magor and Undy walkway station to the point where it can finally move forward to planning. This has taken many years of persistence. Above all, we should recognise the incredible work of the Magor Action Group on Rail, who campaigned tirelessly and kept this vision alive when it might easily have faded away. All those meetings we attended over the years, often in the upstairs room of the Golden Lion, have finally paid off. We should also thank our partners in government, all our officers, Councillor Maybe as Cabinet member driving this, our MCC Cabinet, our local members of the Senedd, including John Griffiths, and our MPs, Catherine Fuchs and previously Jessica Morden, for their continued support and advocacy. This project has always enjoyed cross-party backing. I clearly remember the meeting in February 2023 when Councillor John Crook and I attended the Senedd for a cross-party discussion led by John Griffiths, alongside Senedd members from across the political spectrum. I have the photos from that day. At that meeting, we were joined by two members of the Magor Action Group on Rail, Phil Inskip and Ted Hand, who gave an amazing presentation about the project. Listening to them set out the history and vision of the years of work behind this was truly inspirational. Projects like this only succeed when people pull in the same direction. It's taken campaigners, councillors, governments, officers and communities working together. And we are proud that with a Labour-led Monmouthshire County Council, a Labour Welsh Government and now a Labour Government in Westminster, we have reached the point where planning for the Magor and Undy walkway station can begin very soon. For Magor and Undy residents who've waited so patiently, this is a very significant moment. Diolch, Chair.
Thank you. And Councillor Crook.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I'm more than happy in supporting Councillor Taylor's motion. Been involved with this project for many years. It's the first and only one in Wales and probably in the UK. Ideally suited for the local community, it embraces the important values of the Welsh Government's active travel contribution to our well-being, together with being integrated into a holistical transport solution. There have been many partners associated along this journey, not least of all past and present Monmouthshire County Council officers, Cabinet members, MSs, MPs, all doing their part in accomplishing this decision to proceed with the building of the Magor station as we see it today. I'm pleased to say how beneficial it will be to the local residents by opening up more opportunities for the people to travel. How delighted we are to have secured the go-ahead for the station in Magor and Undy, and that it has been given the priority over the other stations in its build time. I've been proud to have been part of the achievement over many years. Just wanted to say thank you to all concerned. With reference to the parking review, I completely understand what Councillor Taylor is saying, but I would refer back to there has been a concise report taken in place by Capita in May 2020. And obviously from our own officers on Monmouthshire County Council, where they clearly state that until the final decision to place the platforms, they cannot do a further report. That report will be some 800 metres from around the station, but it will determine where the actual platforms will be placed. So therefore, once those platforms have been placed, I am given to understand that those reviews will take place and all scenarios will be taken going forward. I am more than happy to support Councillor Taylor's motion. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor. I don't see any other speakers. So, Councillor Taylor, you're right to reply.
Thank you, members. It's very pleasing to see the whole council support for this, although I didn't doubt it because it is obvious, it is logical, it is a great decision, and it is the product of, as others have said, many people's hard work. I pulled out some of those people who had been most active in the debate, particularly at senior government levels of government over the time. But absolutely, all those people that have been mentioned have played a part, a role in the current success. But I just want to mention that the reason for bringing this motion now is really one of safeguarding, of managing the risk that members have spoken about, Councillor Griffiths, Councillor Dimmock. If we do not rule out the Magor Group's original proposals, then we leave open the opportunity to build Magor now, even if in the future some of those wider relief line upgrades and other stations may take longer. And that is why we've brought this now. There is an ever-changing, they say a week is a long time in politics. Well, let me tell you, 14 years is a very long time for anybody to be persistent about achieving a goal. And therefore, I think it's really appropriate that we do lobby and revisit those initial proposals, because they could lead to a very cost-effective, integrated transport opportunity, as Councillor Griffiths has put forward. It's really vital that we integrate with buses. That's been one of the issues at Severn Tunnel, as we all know. And that we don't stand for standard average. We want better, we want more, and we want it faster. The platform positioning, while I appreciate the reference to that, I think is probably, that is minute detail, but I think we need the broad outline to give residents confidence that this council will play its part. It is the highway authority. It is the only authority that can manage the potential future traffic management. And that needs to be in the whole of Magor. So the only thing I want to reiterate is that I'm very grateful for the support from the administration and others. And I think it's wise that we do that lobbying, if I could be so bold as to suggest that that may be post-Senedd election. That's the only slight caveat or additional request that I make then. Thank you, members.
Thank you, Councillor. Right, we can move to a vote on that on your screens. I can find it. There we go. Oh, that's the wrong one. Oh, I can't find where to vote here. Oh, here it comes. Yeah. Right. There we are. How many have voted? All right, we got 38 responses. That's everybody in favour. So that's clearly well carried. You okay at the back there?
Yeah, sorry, I can't see any vote on mine. Thank you. Yeah, I've found it, thanks.
Okay now, yep. Everybody had a chance to vote? Yep, that's unanimous. Well done, everybody. Thank you. Yep. And best wishes to the Magor project. Right, we move on now to second motion, which is from Councillor Keir. Do we have a seconder for that? I'm sure we do somewhere. Who's seconding? Is there a hand somewhere?
I'm seconding, Chair.
Is that Councillor Dimmock? Yeah.
Councillor Dimmock.
Okay, right, Theo. Right.
I'll come back in later.
Yep, you reserve your right to speak. That's fine. Councillor Keir.
Chair, thank you very much. Can I firstly declare a personal interest? In the last 12 months, I've had to replace 4 tyres due to pothole damage to my car at a cost of over £1,000. So it's fair to say I have every reason, shall we say, to be politely vexed. But since being elected to this chamber, when I campaigned on the roads issue back in 2022, I've always said that I sit here not for personal gain, but to represent my ward members. But for now, This issue has gone beyond Llanbadach and Usk. It is now a Monmouthshire-wide concern. So today I move this motion on behalf of our group because few issues generate as much sustained frustration as the conditions of our roads. And that frustration is now boiling over into anger. My words today are the words of our residents. To those watching or reading about this debate, my group says we hear you. See, across Monmouthshire, people are telling us the same things. They are tired of swerving around craters, tired of reporting the same potholes more than once. They are tired of paying their council tax and then paying again at the garage. Colleagues and I could list street after street, pothole after pothole, story after story of the disruption, the danger and the cost. We don't have time to share them all, but we do know that if we carry on like this, we will see more serious collisions and possibly more deaths like that of cyclist Hugh Jones. This is not some party political doorstep invention. Some, however, here today may well wish to frame it that way. This is a lived reality for motorists, cyclists, farmers, delivery drivers, carers and parents on the school run. Poor road surfaces are not just an inconvenience, they are a safety issue, an economic issue and a fairness issue. Every pothole left unrepaired damages public confidences as much as it damages suspension springs. Let us also be honest about the context. We do live in a rural county, we experience weather extremes, we have heavy agricultural and commercial traffic. And of course, we now have heavier electric vehicles. So deterioration is inevitable. The question is not whether potholes will appear, but how we respond when they do. And this is not a cry for more money. Tax and spend more is not the answer. The overwhelming feedback, the complaints and the ear bashing we all received are about whether we are repairing our roads in the most effective, most durable and most financially responsible way. You see, because residents see a cycle that makes no sense. A pothole appears, it is filled, and probably that's a generous description. Weeks or months later, it reappears, it is filled again. If you had a hole in a tooth, would you accept the dentist simply patting it in a bit of filling without drilling and cleaning it out, only for it to fall out a few weeks later, and then having to go back for more treatment and have to pay again and again? I think not. Yet with our roads, the public is paying again and again for the temporary fixes that do not last. We continue to have a system that looks reactive, short-term, and ultimately more expensive. Councillors, this motion is not about criticism for its own sake. It is about value. It is about stewardship. It is about whether we are getting the best return for every pound our residents entrust to us. We all know we are operating in extremely challenging financial circumstances. Budgets are tight, pressures are rising, demand on services grow year after year. That makes this debate more important, not less. When money is scarce, waste is unacceptable. Yesterday at Cabinet, we heard acknowledgements about the state of the roads, and indeed here today. I read the leader's article in the Argus explaining how roads should be properly repaired. And after 4 years, it appears the road to Damascus has been repaired. And like Princess Aurora, there's been a sudden awakening. I must admit, though, I do dread to think who played Prince Philip and who received the kiss. But it has taken 4 years to recognise what many have been warning about, the worsening state of the roads, despite what the manifesto pledge you made in 2022. It might be said that you've been asleep at the wheel, but in truth, the wheels have been hitting the potholes. A consistent theme I hear is that you don't need to be a highways engineer to see that repeated patching, which fails prematurely, is not good enough. If a repair survives only one winter, and in some cases not even 1 week, we must ask if it was the right repair in the first place. Other authorities are shifting towards preventative and interventional maintenance, investing more in surface dressing, resurfacing, thermal repairs, in-situ recycling, and data-led asset management that extends the life of whole carriageways rather than chasing individual potholes. The principle is simple. Prevention is cheaper than cure. Monmouthshire must not get left behind. A road surface that is sealed and maintained before it fails catastrophically costs less over its life than one that is left to break apart and then get patched over and over again. This is not ideology. It is common sense asset management. Our highways network is one of the most valuable public assets this council owns. It connects communities, underpins our rural economy, supports tourism, allows care workers to reach their vulnerable patients, and ensures small businesses to trade. It deserves long-term thinking. So let me be clear about what this motion does and does not do. It does not demand reckless spending. It does not ignore budget constraints. It does not pretend that there is a single magic solution. What it does call for is an honest, transparent review of the current approach, a full cost comparison between reactive patching and preventative investment, an evaluation of the more durable repair technologies, a commitment to whole life cost analysis rather than the lowest upfront price. Because the cheapest option today is not always the cheapest option over 5 years. In opposition, it is common to be asked, well, what would you do? Well, nearly 3 years ago, colleagues and I went to find answers. We researched best practice and organised what turned out to be a hugely informative 2-day trial of a JCB Pothole Pro. We saw and heard the evidence. Faster repairs, better quality, improved safety for staff, stronger returns on investment, and we heard testimonies from other councils already using it. I note that this week even the First Minister of Wales is extolling its virtues. But of course, a cynic might say there's an election coming. But at the time in 2023, not one cabinet member and not even a mildly curious backbencher attended. No official feedback was ever brought back to me. For me, transparency matters. Residents deserve to know how much we are spending on repeat repairs, how long on average our potholes repaired last, and how our approach compares to other rural authorities. These are reasonable questions. Answering them should not be controversial. This motion calls for measurable performance data. If we say a repair method lasts longer, let us publish the evidence. If we invest more in preventative surfacing, let us show the reduction in repeat call-outs. This is how we rebuild trust. We must also think about reputation. When residents see newly repaired potholes fail quickly, it reinforces a perception, fair or not, that public money is not being used wisely. We all know how hard our highways teams work and the pressures they face. This motion is not a criticism of officers, it's about equipping them with a strategy that delivers better long-return results. If a different mix of spending, of more planned resurfacing, of less emergency patching saves money over time, then we have a duty to explore it. If innovative repair technologies reduce failure rate, we should trial them. If data-led monitoring helps us intervene earlier, we should examine that too. If other councils are using alternative
1 minute,
methods,
Councillor, 1 minute.
we should at least ask them how they have learnt. Doing nothing differently was itself a decision in 2023. Residents do not expect perfection, of course. They understand winter damage. They understand limited budgets, but they do expect us to learn and adapt to seek better value. They expect roads that are properly fixed for the first time. They expect transparency. This motion is moderate, practical, and focused on value for money and long-term resilience. It simply asks, can we do better? If the answer is yes, even marginally, then we owe it to the people of Monmouthshire to act. Chair, to conclude, good governance is not about defending the status quo. It is about constantly asking whether there is a smarter way. So let us send a clear message this afternoon that we are serious about protecting taxpayers' money, serious about our infrastructure, and serious about delivering roads that are safe, durable, and fit for the future. I commend this motion to Council, and I leave you with this. There is an offer on the table for a 2-week trial, and JCB have agreed to undertake another free 2-day assessment in April. Being in opposition doesn't mean about doing nothing.
That's time, Councillor. Thank you. Right, now it's Councillor Maybe.
Thank you. I don't have a problem with the motion. I support it. I will talk more detail about that, but probably the key thing to say is kind of what we're doing anyway, contrary to perhaps some of the suggestions that have just been made. I'll talk through that. I've already said in regard to our budget proposals, we absolutely fully acknowledge the seriousness of the condition of our roads and the impact on residents and businesses. Of course we do. That's why we've increased the budget spend on highways each year of our administration, in spite of the fact that in the previous administration, each year was lower than even our very first year when we were struggling. It's very easy to say it's not about money, just spend better. But if you actually don't have enough money for the personnel and the materials, then your shiny kit will just stay in a garage somewhere. And that is the truth of the discussion we've had. I do have to just quickly put to bed this comment, because I think it's a little unfair about the trial of the Pothole Pro. I think it was 2-3 years ago. I absolutely agreed to it. I don't have a closed mind. I agreed to it to suit Councillor Keir's timing, even though I myself was on holiday, and that's why I wasn't there. But that wasn't a lack of interest, and I think that's quite an unfair comment, so I had to respond to that one. We had already agreed to trialling it again, but we really don't think it's appropriate to be looking only at a single product. And just to remind you that the Pothole Pro doesn't fill potholes, it digs and prepares the ground. So if you don't have the money for the material to fill it, you just create some very nice, tidy holes in the ground. Okay, going back to what I planned to say, of course, we know we need to do more, we need to do better, and cold fill is the quick, the emergency response. I think we'll have difficulty doing without that completely, because there are sometimes emergencies. We don't do it because it's cheap and we want to do that cheap as possible. We do it because there are some emergency repairs that need doing. What we're investing in, much more significantly, is patching, which is long-term, hot fill, sealed work, and that's where we can't afford to do entire road resurfacing, which would be lovely. But as mentioned before, we probably need about 80 to 100 million pounds to be doing that for all of our roads across Monmouthshire. So we do need serious common sense, medium-term intermediary, which is patching, and that's not something that will just be dug out by the next HGV that comes along. I am a bit shocked that all of the Conservatives voted against our budget proposals to do more patching, given what you've just said. This has been the worst winter on record. It's been the wettest winter on record, I should say, not the worst in terms of cold. And this really does take its toll on our roads. In January, over 950 reports were received, 80 more than in the previous 3 months combined. That's not because we suddenly got more careless and stopped bothering. It is to do with the weather. But with the extra resources that we've already been directing to that, reports have been being closed down 2 days sooner in January than December. So we do respond and we do act. In terms of data and prioritisation, it's not just stick a finger in the air and respond to who shouts loudest. We do GACE surveys. I have explained this before. There is much more I could say on this, but I've been warned that I get very, very boring when I start reading out asset management handbooks. Although I'd love to, actually. It's really quite interesting. Happy to share it. Going back to this, sorry, I'll start rambling. Going back to talking about methods, we do have to carry out the full variety. We have to talk about emergency, about medium term, about full resurfacing. And we've identified where that gap is. We're not doing enough of that medium, the patching. So in terms of actually the kit, we have, as you say, we've already agreed to trial Pothole Pro again because you love it so much. We don't want to deny you the fun of doing Pothole Pro, but we do think that we need to look at other equipment as well. And it is interesting what some other councils have done, where they've looked at, say, 4 or 5 different machines and had a real look at that. And I do agree that what I'd failed to do was just to come back. I just came back verbally saying, yep, they've looked at that. And in fact, that doesn't add anything. I should come back with a proper report, and we'll do that. So accepted. Apart from that, the other things to look at, jet patching is another thing that people have talked about. So we'll look at a variety of different things. We're also conscious that different solutions may be more useful in urban and rural settings as well. And then finally, the last point that you've referred to, performance data. This is also underway. The Highways team have been working with the leader on this with the aim of updating and setting in place a systematic approach for the future that is perhaps a bit more public-facing to report back on that. So we can, and also we need to report on the different funders, such as the Local Government Borrowing Initiative, in a certain way. And we're looking at a public-facing dashboard that people can look at to see the kind of data on road mending that there is. What people see and experience in practice is what really matters, of course. The roads, but also the footways that they travel on. So let's not forget the important investments in footways and the active and inclusive travel routes. And I just want to end on a really positive note. I'm so proud of our achievement in completing the Williamsfield Lane route in Monmouth, which means that the residents of Kingswood Gate can walk or cycle safely all the way into town. It's really beautifully done. My God, it's difficult to retrofit active travel routes to towns. So I'm really glad to say that in future, new housing estates will not be built without active travel routes, so that mistake won't be made again. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Now, Councillor Griffiths.
Thanks very much, Chair. I want to address Council primarily as one who proudly represents the ward of Chepstow Castle and Larkfield. I sought election to that ward in 2022. Walked, like many of you, the length and breadth of that ward. I could not believe the condition of the roads in that ward in 2022. I had reason to know almost every nook and cranny of Wales, settlement after settlement. Nothing that I'd seen in other parts of Wales compared with the appalling state of the roads in Chepstow Castle and Larkfield. Chepstow High Street, a proud medieval town with so much to offer. Its shop front was that High Street. It wasn't that it had potholes, it had no surface. Bulwark, a proud one-time steel community with a vibrant shopping precinct, probably the most vibrant in Monmouthshire. The vacancy rate is virtually zero. And yet outside those shops, it wasn't a pothole, they were craters, the depth of footballs. Nothing could compare with it in any other part of Monmouthshire. I live at the gateway to Garden City, fantastic settlement created in the First World War for shipyard workers to build the ships for the First World War. I estimate about 1,500 people live in Garden City. The 200-metre approach to that settlement, it wasn't that it has potholes, it had no surface. And the residents told me that they'd not seen any tarmac for 50 years. They may have been exaggerating, but that road had no surface. I'm a cyclist. I'm not sure I cycle, certainly don't cycle as competitively as Councillor Howard, but I cycle the length and breadth of Monmouth in any given year, of Monmouthshire in any given year. We talk about being a rural community, and there are challenges outside of our towns, but in all the cycling I've done on our most rural lanes, I found nothing that compared to the deterioration of surfaces that I found in an urban centre, in the centre of Chepstow. There had been no priority given to those roads. It's certainly not the case that this administration, that I'm proud to be part of, has done nothing in the intervening period. 2 years ago, we led the way. We borrowed £1 million in order to make progress on road surfacing. Fortunately, we were matched by Welsh Government, which last year undertook its local government borrowing initiative. And when you look
at the expenditure figures which have been circulating, you can see that with our borrowing initiative, matched by Welsh Government's borrowing initiative, the expenditure on road surfacing carriageways in Monmouthshire has very significantly increased. And you can see the results of it. My ward residents know Chepstow High Street's been resurfaced. Garden City Way has been resurfaced. The frontage to Bulwark Shops has been resurfaced. And we're not alone. Councillor Keir is, I respect him hugely for his representation of his ward. I walked it on my own, cycled it on my own, and walked with Councillor Keir. He and I both know that the resurfacing of the approaches to Usk in the last year have been significant and very much welcomed. And that's happened in many other parts of the county. Looking forward, as Councillor Maybe says, we won't be able to resurface every part of the county, clearly not. We also know that we have overused the coal tar, if that's the right term, patching, the emergency patching, and too often the emergency patching has been asked to last too long. We know that's the case. We know that we will and should look at alternative technologies. But we have also found out that there is kit in the possession of Monmouthshire County Council, which has been in the possession of Monmouthshire County Council for an extended period of time. Kit which is capable of cutting, filling, sealing, all the good quality repairs that we want, but that kit has been virtually mothballed by the last administration. We inherited kit which was not coming out into the road, which had no staff to operate it, and it is only now, with the funding that's been made available, are we able to bring that kit forward. This was a deliberate policy of the previous administration, and that needs to be recognised, and it will be corrected now. Thank you.
Thank you. Now, Councillor Dimmock.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Councillor Keir, for bringing this motion forward. So it's great that we all agree that our roads have become one of the most common concerns raised by residents. All my colleagues in this meeting would like to speak today to share the experiences from their own ward, but I think in the interest of finishing the meeting before tomorrow midday, I will try and speak not only on behalf of my residents, but all my colleagues and their residents too. The pothole situation has become something we hear about almost daily, whether that be emails, messages, social media. And I will come back to you, Councillor Griffiths, because just this morning I sent a screenshot off Facebook with regards to Bulwark and Chepstow's roads. Emails, phone calls, it's constant all the time. We're having these conversations on the doorstep, and these failing roads are frustrating residents, and they feel these repairs simply do not last. This does not just impact residents and visitors. Our local businesses rely on our road network to operate efficiently, and poor road conditions affect them equally. Beyond the financial impact, there are also some genuine safety concerns. Poor road surfaces create risk for all road users, whether that is drivers, cyclists or motorcyclists. For cyclists and motorcyclists in particular, a pothole can be a difference between a safe journey and a serious accident. And Monmouthshire's roads attract visitors who come to enjoy these roads, especially those travelling on two wheels. We want them to return home safely. And Councillor, maybe I totally agree on the active travel routes. We've delivered some fantastic active travel projects across Monmouthshire. However, we are way off providing an active travel network across the whole of Monmouthshire. Roads are required. We are a rural county and people need to use their cars. Councillor Griffiths, you referred to Chepstow and Bulwark and resurfacing in Bulwark. At the narrowing, as you go down from Hardwick Hill, that road is patched horrendously, and that is what I was referring to earlier. It is not working. The cycle of patching and repatching potholes is frustrating for residents, as it is all of us, and raises serious questions about whether we are achieving the value for money or delivering a sustainable solution. And this brings me to an important point highlighted on a Freedom of Information request response on the Council's website. The Council itself acknowledges that key information is not recorded. If you cannot measure the problem, you cannot manage it. The data shows that there's been a significant rise in pothole service requests in recent years. In 2017 and 18, there were 669 requests. By 23-24, this has risen to over 3,200. At the same time, the average repair time has increased from around 10.5 days to in the earlier years to nearly 24 days more recently. That tells us something important. Demand is increasing while our ability to respond quickly is becoming more stretched. And I want to be very clear, this isn't a criticism of the highways team. Our crews work extremely hard in challenging conditions to keep our roads safe. It cannot be nice for them to hear about people complaining about their workmanship or potholes not being filled. And I think we do need to show our appreciation to them today. But they are being overwhelmed by the scale of the problem. Our highways crews deserve better tools, residents deserve better roads, and our councils need better data to deliver both. I understand that supervisors are meant to inspect sample of temporary repairs to ensure that work is being completed to an expected standard, and that they also inspect locations where poor workmanship have been reported. However, given the growing number of potholes and repair requests, it is reasonable to question whether the level of oversight is realistic, but it's clear the current standard does not meet the specified requirement. Temporary repairs are intended to remove the immediate hazard, and I accept that. And of course, that is essential for safety. But in my ward, I cannot recall seeing a permanent repair carried out for several years, apart from the resurfacing of Crick Road, or half of it anyway. What residents are seeing instead is a pattern of short-term fixes that do not resolve the underlying issue. And I think there's a better question that this council needs to ask, one that truly protects public money. What repair will cost the least over time? Our residents and visitors deserve the roads to be safe and durable and properly maintained. That means using the right repair methods and collecting the right data so we can properly measure progress and plan for a long term, rather than relying on repeated short-term fixes. In recent weeks, we have seen several statements from councils across South Wales, including one from our own leader last week, highlighting just how challenging the current pothole situation has become. While these statements recognise the scale of the problem, they have offered little in a way of practical solutions. I would like to take a moment to acknowledge the determination and persistence of Councillor Keir on this issue. For the past 3 years, he has consistently raised these concerns about the state of our roads and has actively campaigned for improvements. Importantly, he has not simply highlighted the problem, he has worked with businesses and others to explore practical solutions that could help address the condition of the roads. And I'm so glad to hear that Councillor Maybe is going to support this today. But where have you been with those solutions up until now? So I am so delighted, and I hope that we all support Councillor Tony Keir's motion, and his level of commitment and constructive engagement deserves that recognition today. So thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor, and I'll have Councillor Callard.
Thank you, Chair. I didn't intend to speak on this motion, but I think based on what we saw earlier during the debate, I really wanted to. We all want our roads to be in better condition. And Councillor Keir, it's quite easy to bring, a motion to council to talk about it. Action is more difficult. And an hour and a half ago, you had the opportunity, as your whole group did, to vote for significant extra funding for our roads, for dedicated teams to not cold fill, but actually cut, proper patch, hot fill, seal. You had the opportunity, and you voted against it. The same. Councillor Neil, in that budget was money specifically allocated for work on Chain Bridge, which I believe is in your ward. Is that correct? You had the opportunity to vote to restore that bridge, and you voted against it. Like, how are your residents going to feel when you can bring a motion talking about wanting our roads repaired, wanting investment in our infrastructure, when you're giving a meaningful opportunity to vote for it, you vote against it. And you bring this motion saying you don't want to play politics, but an hour and a half ago you did want to play politics and you voted this stuff down. I'm really struggling with the logic there. You say that you think we can do this, without any extra money, but the issue that we've got is that, we have equipment. We just don't have people to operate the equipment. This budget is investing in those people to operate that equipment. I mean, you don't think, we've heard lots of praise for our highways teams, and they absolutely deserve it, but they're not volunteers. They need to be paid. The material that we put into potholes, we have to pay for it. Aggregate companies aren't donating it to councils. So you can't have one without the other. You mentioned as well that councillors being invited to see this JCB machine operate. I've just been through all of my emails and I couldn't see an invitation. Are you sure that you invited me?
All right, probably not the best place to discuss.
Okay, well, maybe when you sum up at the end.
Yeah. You can look at that out of the yeah. Okay, you can respond later.
Thanks, Chair. If you got an email to me, then I will absolutely retract that. But I don't remember receiving an invite, and then for me to be accused of not attending that trial, I think is not especially fair. You also mentioned about electric cars being heavier and putting more strain on a road, and I don't think that's quite true because many electric cars are actually lighter than big SUVs. SUVs like Range Rovers are actually really, really heavy, but all of those cars actually put a very insignificant load on our roads compared to like HGVs, which actually cause most of the damage. I guess I really just wanted to highlight that sort of discrepancy I was seeing between the vote on the budget with a significant investment for our roads and bringing this motion. I mean, I will support this motion. I absolutely believe in what you're saying. I also believed it when I voted for the investment in the budget. Thank you.
Thank you. And I'll have Councillor Watts.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. So, I mean, it is an ongoing problem, and I think that we've had a particularly bad year. I've got to be honest with you. This is not a party political thing from me either, and I don't mean to be critical. I think Ben's made some solid points there about investment, and but I think that we have to be honest with this. The roads are absolutely dreadful. The reality is, though, if you go anywhere else, and I enjoy driving, I really, really do enjoy driving. If you go elsewhere outside of Monmouthshire, they're comparably just as bad. If you go on social media across Wales, you'll find lots of people on there making the same complaints about every other local authority that you can imagine, because strategically, all those local authorities have done what we've done. We've disinvested in it to invest in priorities, social care and education. Something had to give, yeah? And that's the economic, political reality of where we are. So this year, I think the consensus was we can't tolerate this any longer, because frankly, any journey in Monmouthshire, you could end up in the centre of the earth. It's really that bad. But I promise you, if you go to, even if you travel to Oxfordshire, Cambridgeshire, some of the potholes there, truly dreadful, truly dreadful. And I accept all the criticism, because we all, in our in-tray, we get just tons of kind of complaints about roads or pavements. I mean, the one just at the top of Bulwark, just entering into Paul's dreadful situation there. I think the problem for me is that the guys that manage that on a day-to-day basis, that go around filling it in, they're decent people. They do the best they can. We just haven't had the resources. The only criticism I would have is, and I think it's being adjusted, or it's being addressed now, is the overall strategic management as far as the public is concerned. Because if we don't understand it, they don't understand it. And I think that's the important point I was going to make there, really. Has it been always fine under the Conservatives? I've been knocking around here a long time. I remember before 2022, some of the roads we went through a period where there was a significant disinvestment, where if you were an invaded army, you would have been put off trying to get across Monmouthshire. It was an active military deterrent, the roads were that bad, but those were rectified in the same way they're being rectified now. So anyway, I just want to end on that. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. And Councillor Howells.
Thank you, Chair. Thanks, colleagues, and thank you, Councillor Keir. I'd like to express my support for this motion brought forward by my fellow joint ward councillor. The objectives reflect what residents have been telling us for years now. After more than a decade of underinvestment, our roads and pavements are crying out for attention, sometimes quite literally when you drive over them. And I agree with Councillor Watts. I drive frequently to Bristol and experience similar or worse issues there. Councillor Griffiths pointed to the investment we've recently had in Usk on the roads there, and we're grateful for those. As a backbencher and joint ward elected member, I would have been very interested in witnessing the trial you organised. However, like others, I did not receive your invitation. However, as we move forward to implement this motion, though it's important that we do so in a way that in a way that's not only effective but clearly beyond reproach. That means applying our ethical procurement principles clearly and consistently. I'm sure no one in this chamber would suggest that fixing potholes should come with a side order of political sponsorship or a loyalty card. But perceptions matter and public trust matters even more. So we should be mindful that we do not promote or contract with a supplier who may be a declared donor to a political party, where that link could give rise to a perceived or real conflict in interest. With those safeguards embedded in the procurement and supplier selection process, I'm very happy to support this motion and to finally start giving our residents the roads that don't require a good local knowledge and a strong suspension to navigate. Diolch yn fawr. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. And I have Councillor Garrett.
I think Councillor Callard's already mentioned what I was going to say about I would like to have gone to see the JCB visit, but I never found the email when Councillor Keir referred to it a couple of years ago. I did search my inbox, but it wasn't there. He hasn't mentioned how many of his own backbenchers were there either, so that would be interesting to know. During this council, we've seen many active travel works, particularly in Monmouth, and we've seen, as Councillor maybe mentioned, the fantastic route now from Kingswood Gate all the way through to town has been successfully delivered, and good credit to the officers who've worked on that over the years. Next week, we'll also see the commencement of work on the A4136 Staunton Road, which is a road I know well. It's got lots of problems. It's heavily used by HGVs from the forest, from Centauri Drinks and other, the quarry up there as well. There's lots of heavy HGVs. And in fact, I followed one home in July and it toppled over on the bend just down towards Mayfield. So I was there supervising traffic for the evening and until the police arrived. So it's, we are working on these projects. Councillor Maybe, I trust, is going to get these done. We've got the funding now in the budget, which the Labour and Independents have voted for. So let's, we are going to move on. Let's use the app as well. I know people are complaining about reporting, but if it's not reported, it's not going to be known about. So let's encourage our residents and ourselves to get these things reported, and then hopefully then we'll see progress. Thank you.
Thank you. I have, yes, Councillor Howard, I believe. Yeah.
Thank you, Chair, and I will support the motion. I totally support it. I did have the invite, Tony. It was a few years ago. I remember seeing the invite there, and I'm sure you sent it out to every member, but there you go. So I will acknowledge that I did receive the email. Chairman, officers, senior officers, I've met with our senior officer, our new senior officer, a few weeks ago, and I met with her before she had a movement in a senior position, and I think she knows that we have a problem around the county. I didn't support the budget because I felt we hadn't actually put enough money into the capital programme, and I will say, and I'll say it again, we've gone beyond the pothole repairing on many of these roads. It's gone past that. They are capital. We can keep putting bags of whatever we want in there, but it's not the ideal scenario we've got now, because what we were putting bags in has gone capital now. We're talking from a bag of tarmac or 2 bags of tarmac to cutting out to actually a major scheme. That's on most of them. Travel the road network quite regular, bike or car. Yes, we're not We're not unlike many other authorities in England and Wales, but I'm only concerned about Monmouthshire, my county. You talk to the car people, the people who repair cars, the people who supply parts for cars. I'll ask any one of you to go in there and ask them what they're supplying. The amount of springs and suspension legs, the tyre damage, which they have to supply the parts for to lots of garages. It's unbelievable. They say they're making a fortune out of it. Like Tony, my family, we've had very costly repairs on vehicles through certain aspects of working, doing jobs at night time. Half of our county doesn't have lights, because street lights, not because we've switched them off or dimmed them out, because we just never had them. You're driving at night time, you don't know where half the stuff is there, it's going to jump out at you, and they're full of water or whatever. It's virtually impossible. And most drivers now do divert around potholes. I can't say don't do it myself. I mean, you go over the white line to miss the pothole or the carriageway. We all do it because they're so severe nowadays. We'd be fools not to. The capital programme that we've put in place, I believe, just is miles off of what we want. Some prudential borrowing, I don't know how we're going to do it, but I'm sick of hearing about the blame game here. Our constituents out there, they're not interested in the blame game. They want to see action. We all have a duty and responsibility to represent this county. And what they're asking for is we can sort out some of these highways and these roads. If we don't have the staff to repair and do a proper repair, let's find the staff. Let's pay the staff. We're quick enough to replace staff in certain departments, biodiversity officers, or catching butterflies, or catching bees. And I've got one on my phone and I can't remember who it was. But why don't we work with our community councils, not our town councils, our community councils, in trying to resolve some of the problems that we have? It's all to do with water. I mean, unless you get the water off the road, the next bit will come as well. And unless we get the water off the road and clean the gullies, it's all a revolving circle. You know, I could talk here all week on it. At the end of the day, unless we move on this and move quickly, some members will have a serious problem if they want to come back in this chamber next year, let me assure you. Because the way our highways are at the moment, whether some of us want to come back, because my inbox is absolutely chock-a-block every week. Wernavon Road, Church Road, Common Road. I can just go on forever, Glangriney Road, and go on forever. And I'm sure every one of us in here, that's why it's not a blame game. We have our problems. So I think as a council, we have to really consider our objectives, what we've put in that budget there, because I don't think it's good enough. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. I don't see any other speakers, so just before I ask Councillor Keir to give his right reply, in the interest of balance, I will point out that the main road through Roggett was beautifully and fully resurfaced in the autumn. I'm sure it's purely coincidental that it was 2 weeks before my civic service was due to be held in the village. Yeah, so whoever's chair next year might want to have a crack at that one. Right? But having said that, yes, there are serious problems elsewhere in the village, especially Station Road. Right, Councillor Keir, over to you.
Thank you very much, Chair. And thank you to everybody who has contributed to that debate. And thank you for Councillor Dimmock for supporting or seconding the motion. Let's start on the positives in the positive comments I've heard about supporting the motion. What I would say to you is please read what's in front of you. The last 5 bullet points in the motion are the most substantive ones, and I think the debate has somehow once again gone off track, and I did warn about the fact that some would try to use it as for their own political advantage, and I think that's disappointing that there is. So let me deal with a couple of points that have been thrown at me this afternoon, one of which relates to the invitations to the JCB demonstration in 2023. That was not my remit I've looked at the emails. It was Catherine maybe was copied into them. The senior leadership team, the heads of highways there, they were in charge of the invitations, not me. So where that lies. So to actually say I didn't invite, yes, you might be technically correct, but the project coordination was done by, was involved. There was meetings here. It was not me. So let's deal with that. The second point. The second point. Show some respect, Councillor Callard. So the second point. Sorry, Councillor.
All right, everybody, please, everybody. Right. Councillor Chandler, behave. Right, thank you.
So just let's reset and discuss this professionally, Councillor Chandler. Let me also deal with the issue of the budget. You cannot throw a criticism and try to salami slice one particular aspect of the budget to say that you do not support some particular aspect of it. Of course I welcome the additional money, but to throw that argument back is lazy and cheap, and it's just not acceptable, full stop. Now that's the negativity about it, out of the way in that regard. I welcome that approach in terms of the additional money. This motion, and if you listen back to the tape and what I said, was about better use of that money. And I was saying that that money has not been used well. If you talk to the residents who talk about this coal tar approach, seeing operatives stamping on it with their feet, using the back of a shovel, using the wheels of the lorry, that is not the best way of dealing with it. But that is what is happening. That is what is happening. And this is the whole point of the motion, is to say, this is year 4. You've woken up. It's not been done correctly. Right, good, fantastic. Let's move forward. Let's move forward positively in that regard, and I do welcome it. And I certainly recognise, and I thank Councillor Griffiths for taking the time to walk around with me as well. He and I, we are of political differences, but I do respect the positive way that he has approached those side of things as well. So, in summary. I welcome the positive comments that have been made. I welcome the fact that this has been supported, this motion. There is a request for a clear action plan, and I welcome the discussions I've had with Deb Hill-Howes as well, behind the scenes, about the opportunity of accepting these offers of trialling it, and I also agree that it shouldn't just be one method. It should be looking at the best possible method. It is not about replacing this whole system, is about complementing it. And I thank everyone for their contributions.
Right, thank you, Councillor Kerr. We'll move to the vote now, please, on your screens. Coming up soon.
Fucking knobs.
There we are, also available on the iPlayer. There we are. 23, 36.
Chair.
Suddenly, I'm going to go.
Chair.
That comes from Eastern by the sound of things. Yep.
Yeah, I abstain because I missed most of the discussion. Thank you.
You're abstaining, yeah?
Yeah, because
yeah,
I missed most of the discussion. I support it, but I can't vote.
All right. Okay. All right. Okay. Well, that's a clear 43 responses, so that's virtually everybody. So that one is passed with one abstention, I think. So now, there we go. All right. So thank you very much for that. Right. Sorry. On to item 7. We're technically due a break, but given this is a section in which councillors don't need to be fully present, I'm getting indications that you'd be happy to carry on. Yeah, and if you need to move in and out, then feel free to do so. Thank you. Right, so 7.1 is County Councillor Rachel Buckler to County Councillor Ben Callard. You have been busy today, Councillor. Right, Councillor Buckler.
And it's not over yet. Thank you, Chair. I'm asking this question because after 3 consecutive years of council tax increases, residents quite reasonably expect us to demonstrate that every aspect of the council's own operations is efficient, proportionate and represents value for money. County Hall is one of the council's most significant administrative assets and carries ongoing running costs that are ultimately borne by local taxpayers. At a time when the administration are asking residents to pay more, it is important that we are transparent about how well this building is being used, how occupancy varies across departments, and whether the space we maintain reflects the way the council now works. These concerns are not sorry, I sometimes get tongue-tied. Theatrical, you know what I'm trying to say. Community councillors in Devorden have raised questions about whether our core office estate is being used effectively, particularly given hybrid working and the financial pressures facing frontline services in local communities. The question is therefore about transparency, evidence and good stewardship of public money. So, following this, will the Cabinet Member of the Resources state the total annual cost of operating Council Hall, its current directorate level utilisation and occupancy levels, and identify which departments have the lowest occupancy? Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Callard.
Thank you for the question, Councillor Buckler. The annual operating cost of County Hall is about £200,000, about £86,000 for electricity, gas and water, and £124,000 for business rates. It's quite difficult to establish utilisation levels by directorate, as County Hall operates a flexible working environment where the vast majority of workspaces are shared by staff across many services within the council. But we have seen a significant increase in the average attendance at County Hall over the last 6 months, which I think speaks to the successful operating model we have at County Hall and the prioritisation of drop-in and co-working spaces. You might also have noticed the recent additions of SRS, the Shared Resource Service, and EAS into other buildings on the site, which not only fill up capacity in J Block, but they also bring in income, which helps cover the cost of running of County Hall. I think it's also worth mentioning that MCC's got about 4,500 employees. We don't expect our teachers to be in County Hall. We expect them to be in classrooms. We don't expect social workers to be in County Hall. We expect them out delivering social care. Same with many other of our frontline services. But what County Hall also is like a civic base for the county. It might be hard to quantify in terms of value for money, but we conduct a lot of events here. People come here and get married. People come here and get their citizenship. And it's also a space for all of us to use. So, how often do we come and use this space? Personally, I work in County Hall a bit and I also work from home a bit. I think that's the case for many of us as councillors. I'm sorry if that's not particularly specific about occupancy levels across directorates, because that's quite a challenging question to answer. Thank you.
Thank you. Supplementary question, please.
Thank you, Chair. I think you're being possibly slightly dismissive of concerns that residents may have about this. And I think it would be useful for residents to know much more about clear occupancy rates, and so that councillors and residents can see whether this major asset is being used effectively. I think it was a bit of a cheap shot, I have to say, we don't expect teachers to come into County Hall and be there. I mean, you're making it ridiculous. It's a serious point that's been made, and it's not the first time it's been made, and I think it deserved a sensible answer. But thank you. That gives a good flavour, but I think it would be useful if we could illuminate on that much more and have an annual cost breakdown for County Hall.
I know there wasn't actually a question there. So, do you want to respond anyway, Councillor?
No, and I completely agree that we need to make sure we're getting value for money. As I mentioned, we do let out a significant portion of County Hall. It generates over £100,000 of income to the authority. But that, I'd be more than happy to try and get that data for you. I only highlight that as I guess that it might not actually represent productivity within our different directorates. Like, I wouldn't want you to come along and say that a particular directorate was obviously not pulling their weight because they weren't in County Hall a lot when we absolutely wouldn't expect them to be in County Hall. That was the only point I was making, Chair.
Right, thank you. Right, moving on to 7.2, and remember we're asking questions, not making speeches, but a bit of context is obviously perfectly acceptable. County Councillor Louise Brown to Councillor Catherine Maybe.
Yes, thank you. A few years ago, the council resurfaced the A48 from Parkwall roundabout to the Mathern Junction and repainted the double white central hazard lines. When does the council expect to resurface the rest of the A48 road from Mathern Junction to the High Beach roundabout? Thank you.
Councillor Maybe.
Thank you, Councillor Brown. The condition of this section of the A48 has been reviewed and assessed as part of the Highways Carriageway Maintenance Programme process, following the receipt of the county-wide highway condition survey, which I referred to earlier, the GACE survey. Currently, this section between the junction for Mathern and the High Beach roundabout has not been identified as a priority for inclusion on the resurfacing programme for the coming year, but it is likely to come up on the schedule for subsequent years. I'm sorry, I can't give you a more precise date at the moment, but even with the additional budgets that we have allocated now, we're still having to prioritise across the network of 1,600 kilometres, I understand, of road that we have. By the way, Powys have 5,000 kilometres, and they just told me they had a £180 million backlog. So just thought you might enjoy that bit of information. Thanks.
Thank you. Like a supplementary?
Yes, thank you. Last time the other part was resurfaced was about 6 years ago. It is a major busy route with up to 100,000 vehicles a week, and there is a proposal due to be consulted upon in the near future for a puffin crossing at the top of Pulmerick with expensive surfaces on it if it goes ahead. Does the Cabinet member agree with me that putting a new crossing, if it goes ahead, depending on consultation responses, over a poor road surface is not a sensible thing to do? And in any event, when exactly will it be resurfaced? As every year it has cracks and potholes and is a very busy A road. So it should have priority. Thank you.
As I say, I can't give you a precise date now. It doesn't make sense to me to be putting a crossing on a road that's about to be resurfaced, but I don't have enough information on exactly that location to answer you right now. Maybe we should have a conversation three-way on email with operations management. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. 7.3 now. Councillor Lisa Dimmock to Councillor Maybe again.
Apologies, Councillor Maybe. I think there's a bit of a theme going on here with us. Please could you provide an update on the timescale for resurfacing the remaining section of Crick Road to the B4245?
Thanks. I think I might just tape myself and replay it back. And again, I have to say that these questions, I know you want to be seen by your own ward members, your residents, to be asking the question, but I do think, you can get this information directly from operations management, who I will always ask, of course, because I don't actually carry an encyclopedia of highways operations in my head. The condition of this section of Crick Road currently being re-inspected, as I appreciate it was agreed that it would be included in the small schemes programme. While the vast majority of this programme has been delivered, the storms over the winter, I'm afraid, did actually shift things, and they poured resources out into areas including Lantoni Valley, shall I list them all? Maybe not. Lower Cumnant Gam, Forest Coal Pit, Grosmont Bridge, etc., as well as the challenges caused by flooding across the north of the county from Abergavenny to Monmouth Town Centre. So again, I'm sorry, I can't give you a precise timescale, but I accept that we were hoping to get it done this year, and it has been shifted. We'll keep in touch about it. Okay.
Thank you. Do you want another question in response?
Well, I suppose my next question, because I thought it was going to be, the response was going to be dependent on the development of Elderwood, which obviously is not going to be completed to 2028. And I was going to ask the Cabinet member if she thought it was acceptable for the residents to endure such a a road of poor condition, but obviously she does. So I have to continue to lobby you, Councillor, maybe, unfortunately, because I don't think that's acceptable. This is really, really bad.
Right,
Thank you.
Right, once again, I don't think there was a question there, but you're free to respond if you wish to, Councillor, maybe. No need. We'll move on then to 7.4. Councillor Edwards, good to see you back. To Councillor Wright.
Thank you, Chair. Good to see you as well. Can the Cabinet Member for Education inform Council of progress made to the future plans of Chepstow School and the Chepstow cluster of schools since holding a meeting with Chepstow councillors back in July last year?
That's all right.
Thank you, Councillor Edwards. As I'm sure you're aware, the first term of this academic year was remarkably busy for the Education Directorate as they prepared for the Eston inspection. But I can assure you that Chepstow does remain a key priority for Monmouthshire in the development of the Welsh Government's rolling programme of school investment. Officers are working closely with colleagues in the Welsh Government to establish the timelines and the expectations for the submission of business cases beyond the strategic outline programme. I do hope to meet with head teachers in the Chepstow cluster and with Chepstow Town Council representatives to allow us to engage with and understand the thoughts and feelings of people in and around the town on this. I do thank Monmouth Town Council for a very insightful, useful meeting that I had with them about education issues in their town, and confident that Chepstow Town Council will be similarly constructive. All of our ambitions for Chepstow schools will, though, of course, have to be balanced against financial pressures that the authority faces and rising costs of construction.
Thank you. Supplementary?
Thank you for your response, Councillor Wright. I first asked this question, or one similar to it, about 3.5 years ago, where the only progress made to Chepstow schools were legacy plans set out from the previous Conservative administration. It seems to me there seems to be a sort of ongoing stalling process, unlike in the rest of the county in previous years. Now, I'm so pleased that Chepstow School has grown in the last several years, thanks to strong, dedicated leadership, resulting in positive academic results, the best in the county, and well above the Welsh average. However, improvement for this facility has stalled, and this is unfair for Chepstow's young people. It's been nearly 4 years now since the start of this administration. It's been nearly 8 months since this meeting with local councillors with little progress. In fact, some governing bodies in the Chepstow cluster of schools found it odd that there has been very little engagement with them. I hope that's changed, and I hope that's going to change in the near future. So my supplementary question is, please could you now outline firstly what progress you hope to achieve in this whole process before the academic term ends in July? And secondly, what you hope to achieve in respect of future plans for the Chepstow cluster of schools by the time this administration's term of office ends in May 2027.
Well, Councillor, as you know, our programme in Abergavenny has been concluded. Sorry to refer to Abergavenny, but now that it's coming to an end, we can now focus on Chepstow as an urgent matter. In terms of the plan for the rest of this academic year and the time up until the end of May 2027, I'm going to come back to you in writing with details on that. I'd be happy to share them with all councillors too, if that would be something you would like. Is that okay?
That would be great, thank you.
Grand.
Thank you very much. Right, and Councillor Edwards again for 7.5 to Councillor Angela Sandoz.
Thank you, Chair. Can the Cabinet Member explain why Monmouthshire residents and swimming clubs in the south of the county, namely Chepstow and Caldecott, are being treated unfairly with regard to pool hire rates being the same for all Monmouthshire swimming pools when their pools are 5 metres shorter in length?
Thanks for the question, Councillor Edwards, and yeah, welcome back, of course. I'm not sure I can agree that some leisure centres are being treated unfairly, and I hope this answer will explain why. Monmouthshire County Council operates a corporate framework for fees and charges across all leisure centre activities, which is reviewed annually as part of the council's overall budget planning. While all 4 leisure centres include swimming pools, the pools themselves vary in size, and the centres offer slightly different facilities and programmes. For example, the pools at Caldecott and Chepstow are both 20 metres in length. Despite these differences, the council continues to significantly subsidise leisure services, including swimming pools, in order to keep them accessible and affordable for residents and community clubs across the county. Although fees and charges do typically increase each year, these increases remain considerably lower than the rising costs associated with operating leisure centres and delivering their programmes. We will continue to work closely with all local sports and swimming clubs to support their activities and explore opportunities that strengthen their long-term sustainability. I hope that helps, Councillor Edwards.
Supplementary.
Thank you for your response. This administration from the outset has put in their community plan, community and corporate plan, that Monmouthshire will be a fair place to live where the effects of inequality and poverty have been reduced. And I would include that in this. It seems to me that the question hasn't been fully answered due to the facts not being taken into account. In short, residents and swimming clubs are paying the same higher rates for a swimming pool, never mind the whole leisure centre, and however, there is not an equity of service being provided. So my supplementary question is, with this in mind, and look at another service for a brief moment, would you think it fair if all residents in Monmouthshire paid the same fee per bin for their garden waste collection, which they do? Now, all bins are of equal size, but just imagine the public outcry if it was discovered that the bins in the north were bigger. The county is in this position when it comes to pool hire charges and the effect it has on Chepstow Swimming Club in this case. And yes, the pools in the north, as you said, are bigger. So do you agree that this is unfair, an unfair service, and should be looked at again and the higher charges changed so that residents are treated equally across the county?
Thank you for the extra question there. I think all of these questions have been answered in great detail, haven't they, in the past? There's been an awful lot of correspondence, and I do think that Monmouthshire County Council has worked closely with Chepstow Swimming Club to try and work with them to try and offer them different packages so that their costs are not onerous. And if you want, I'll get back to you with some more detail. But I do think this question, or your question, has been explored and answered fully by officers in the past. Thank you.
Right, thank you. My next question, please. Councillor, this is 7.6. Councillor Newell to Councillor Maybe again.
Thank you, Chair. So I was going to ask Councillor Maybe a question about the upcoming Section 19 report. As you know, my ward in Monmouth Town, along with Rockfield, Skenfrith and Forge Road and Osbaston, still struggling to recover from the recent devastating floods. I'm grateful to Ross Price, who's a project engineer, flood risk manager, who's actually sent me an email this afternoon along with colleagues around about Monmouth, informing me that the Section 19 report that my residents are just asking for updates on is due to be printed in this or published in the summer, which is great news, and that the flood risk management team are delivering questionnaires to residents and business owners that were affected. So I'm grateful for that. So, Councillor, maybe you'll be pleased to know that your question's already been answered by colleagues. So in that spirit, when, of course, we're not going to preempt any report, but when we do get the report, does Councillor maybe agree with me that maybe we should have some kind of public meeting to discuss the report and how we move forward and take on board any recommendations? Thank you, Chair.
Thanks. So I guess that was a kind of supplementary. I'm glad you've got the information already, so I don't have to repeat it. Yeah, I do think how we communicate it is going to be important. It tends to be quite a technical report, but I understand that there is a kind of a public-facing summary as standard practice, and I am quite sort of exercised by the idea about how we can communicate that in the most helpful way. So yeah, we'll talk about that a little bit further. I think I just wanted to add to what so that everyone else gets the information as well in public, so that the Section 19 report, as you said, will be produced in the summer. The way it's going to be focused this time, because the main flooding was in the mono catchment and affected several communities, rather than having a report on each community, it will be looking at the mono as in general. So it will take in Skenfrith, Forge Road and Osbaston, as well as the centre of Monmouth. So that will be the kind of focus of it, because these reports are triggered when you have 20 properties or more affected. So putting them together into a report so we can look at the way the mono behaved on this occasion. I think we have, I mean, one of the things we've been using more is the Let's Talk platform, thinking about the communications issue. So that might be one of the ways in which we can go further and communicate better. That's worked rather well, I think, recently, has improved communications. What else can I tell you? Oh, actually, just can I take the opportunity to update you on a bit of positive news around the mono? As you know, in the immediate aftermath of the November floods, we joined a project called the Resilient River Mono Project, which uses the capacity of looking at using the capacity of soils to retain water, as well as the more visible forms of natural flood management, because we think that would be a way to have a positive impact on the whole of the mono catchment. There's a parallel piece of work going on in the Usk, but we've just had the information that our bid to Welsh Government to support our natural flood management work in the coming year has been approved. So that's quite a significant piece of work, £293,000 for natural flood management in the mono catchment, which includes that work on resilient rivers, and £120,000 for further natural flood management elsewhere in the mono and the Trothy as well. And that's really important for us because obviously we've got a small flood team. A lot of their time is on doing SUDS work. They're very expert, but it's really hard for them to go out and do the very intensive natural flood management work. So raising extra funds so we can bring in other people to do that has been a really important thing for us. And for me, that's really positive. I know it's very long-term thinking, but it can have impact quite soon as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Do you want a supplementary or?
No, thank you, Chair.
You're
Thank
happy.
you to Councillor Maybe. Thank you.
Nice to see happy faces. Right, so moving on then to 7.7, Councillor John.
Thank you, Chair. Could the Cabinet Member provide an update on the Council's investment portfolio?
Thank you for the question, Councillor John. As per the recent 2025-2026 revenue budget update, I can confirm the investment properties are reporting a £93,000 overspend as a consequence of unbudgeted holding and operating costs associated with the vacant space, such as electricity costs, service charge and business rates. This overspend is in part being offset by staff vacancies within landlord services and the improving performance of Newport Leisure Park. We're confident of the potential for an improved performance in those aspects of the commercial portfolio, with both strategic investments in receipt of live interest to let more space. We continue to work to reduce our void rates and negotiate with existing tenants at lease events to strengthen the performance of these assets. Members will be aware that annual updates of the Council's investment and commercial portfolios are presented to Performance and Overview Scrutiny Committee, and the next performance update is on the 21st of April, where further detail on scrutiny of the assets' performance will take place. Thank you.
Thank you. Supplementary?
Yeah, thank you. A few days ago, Councillor Dimmock and I met with businesses who are tenants at Castlegate Business Park. With less than 2 months' notice before the start of the new financial year, the council's hit them with an 89% rise in their rent. Now, you couldn't get away with this in the residential sector. Actions like this would mark MCC out as a rogue landlord. This asset is already only half full, and it looks like now you're trying to force out successful local businesses, which will make that overspend that you just referred to even worse. This is economic madness. Will you look into this immediately, rescind these letters, and start supporting local businesses and startups rather than trying to force them out of business and out of county?
Thank you for the follow-up question, Councillor John. This situation, it's not quite as you described, but I'm aware of it. But it is as a result of the support that we've actually been given to startup companies. The 90% figure, not quite comparing apples with apples, because I believe that increase includes some items which the original figure didn't. But it also results in is a result of that tenant coming off an introductory rate, which is like a lower incentive rate to fill up those spaces, which we do, as you say, to encourage local businesses and to increase uptake from within our commercial portfolio. So thank you for the question.
Thank you. Right, moving on then, we have an urgent question now, again from Councillor John to Councillor Wright.
Chair, can I thank both you and the Cabinet Member for agreeing to add this to the agenda at short notice. Would the Cabinet Member please explain what steps the Council is taking to de-escalate the disputes with the National Education Union to bring strike action at King Henry VIII 3-19 school to an end?
Thank you, Councillor. So let me start by saying I know that everybody in this chamber shares the same priority, which is that pupils of King Henry School are able to access a stable learning environment and that families are not facing unnecessary disruption. So it's clearly regrettable that members of the National Education Union feel that they've had to reach the point of industrial action. Teachers do an enormously valuable job in our schools, and trade unions have an important and legitimate role in representing their members. I have always believed in the importance of dialogue and of collective bargaining to resolve workplace issues, but at the same time, I know that parents quite rightly want to see these issues resolved through discussion and agreement rather than through disruption to their children's education. So members are aware that King Henry School is currently facing a significant budget deficit. It's not a new issue, it's been discussed openly in this chamber a number of times. Sorry, let me think of it. Has been discussed a number of times. I'm just thinking, my goodness, how many times? Several times, yes. So because of this, the Council has been working closely with the school's leadership and with the governing body to develop a responsible and sustainable budget deficit recovery plan. Alongside Councillor Callard, I have met with the head teacher and the chair of governors to support that work. As part of that support, the Council has commissioned an independent external review of the school's staffing and curriculum structure so that decisions around the school's future can be informed by clear and objective evidence. We've also agreed a deficit recovery period of 8 years for the school, which gives it the flexibility and breathing space it needs to address those challenges. We know that this flexibility is valued by the school's leadership and by the governors, and it is intended to support a planned and constructive approach to resolving the issues that the school is facing. I think as members would expect, that recovery plan does involve changes to staffing structures, and that is unfortunately a reality facing many schools across the country as they respond to financial pressures. The key point, however, is that the school has entered into a formal consultation process with staff, which is intended to be open, to be transparent, and to be meaningful. The staff at King Henry School are committed professionals who care deeply about their pupils and about the future of their school, and it is important that their voices are heard as part of a consultation process. So my view is that it's important that the consultation is allowed to run its course so that staff have the opportunity to make their representations and the governing body can properly consider them before any final decisions are taken. In the meantime, officers and I, we remain in close contact with both the school leadership and with representatives of the National Education Union. Our focus is to encourage constructive dialogue and to help de-escalate the situation wherever possible. Ultimately, it is my responsibility as Cabinet Member to support the school and the teaching staff in resolving this as soon as possible, so that pupils, so that parents and staff have a certainty and a stability, but know that their concerns are being heard. This is the outcome that we're working towards, and we will continue to do everything we reasonably can to help bring this situation to a resolution.
Councillor John.
Thank you very much for that answer. I'm grateful for it, and it's impossible to overemphasise the challenges that these pupils have faced. They've had 3 years of considerable disruption, all for a good cause to have that brand new school. But many of those pupils have also had disruption through the pandemic. And today, apart from sixth formers, the school was empty. You know, we didn't spend £70 million on a brand new school for that. I'm grateful to hear the work that the local authority is doing to ensure that those resolution talks take place as quickly as possible with the union. I think perhaps there's work that the authority can do in terms of improving the communication with parents, because there has been some confusion in Abergavenny this week and a lot of concern about what this means going forward. So I would hope that the council can make a clear public statement about the steps that are being taken to bring this resolution to a close. But also, can you also provide some reassurances about the support that's being provided to some of the most vulnerable pupils? There are some pupils in Abergavenny who have challenges at home, and missing the regularity and the familiarity and the support that they get in school does raise some concerns for their well-being. So I think we need some statements from the council to reassure families in the Abergavenny area that is being addressed. And I would just implore the authority to please do all you can to bring this to a swift resolution. And can you also provide reassurances that this isn't the start of similar issues in other schools? We discussed earlier the fact that over half the schools in Monmouthshire are now in a budget deficit, and we'll be drawing up plans to address those. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. I do agree about the support necessary for some of our pupils with quite chaotic lives, our vulnerable learners who will be particularly impacted by this. In terms of whether this will affect other schools, so I had a conversation with an NEU rep just this morning, actually. I have not at this stage had any indication that something is planned or being balloted for in other schools, but it is not my gift to be able to tell you whether or not something is being planned. I don't think you would expect me to be party to some very confidential internal processes within any, trade union or other kind of professional body. They are not obliged to tell me what they may or may not be planning. What I can say is that we can have ongoing constructive discussions about the length or whether, what the future of kind of any potential further dispute at King Henry looks like. We are, and the Chief Officer and I are in active negotiation, active involvement in that. But given that it's ongoing, there is a limit to the detail I can give you, as you would expect these negotiations to be highly confidential. But I do thank you for raising your concerns.
Right, thank you, and thank you everybody. That brings us to the end of the agenda. You will be relieved to know that the next meeting is not tomorrow at 2 o'clock, but is in fact on Thursday, the 23rd of April, Shakespeare's birthday, and St George's Day, of course. St George, not only the patron saint of the place east of the border, but also the patron saint of chivalry. So we'll be hoping to see some of that at the meeting. Thank you, everybody. Have a safe journey home and look out for those potholes.